Chapter 693. The icy quintessence drifted out as the bell chimes rang. The temperature in the air plummeted, and frost quickly spread out on the ground. Several cultivators felt the cold chi penetrate their bones, as if it was about to enter their hearts. They were startled and quickly circulated their quintessence to block it. As the bell chimed, the cold chi surged out in waves. The Haotian sect inner sect disciples with lower cultivations paled. Horror filled their eyes as they retreated, not daring to get too close to the combat bell. What a horrifying state of ice! They are the people of the extreme Yin sect. The casual display of the newcomers allowed the crowd to guess their identity. Their eyes filled with doubt. The extreme Yin sect was very strong. There were 2 Emperor Wu in the sect. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, they were considered peak existences. In terms of overall strength, they were much stronger than the Haotian sect and the Full Moon Pavilion. The bell has rung. Xiao Qin, you cannot leave. Xiao Qin stopped and said with a grave expression, Wan Feng. The person who arrived was the extreme Yin sect's Wan Feng. However, what made Xiao Chen's expression turn grave was not him but the youth beside him. The young man was dressed plainly, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, his face looked like a block of ice that wouldn't melt in 1,000 years. His smile didn't have the slightest bit of sunshine, which made it even more strange. Xiao Chen could not figure out this youth's cultivation. It seemed to be much higher than Hu Hai's. The top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, one of the 7 giants, by Wuxia. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Finally, someone recognized that youth. Their eyes filled with astonishment. This was a person who was as famous as their first senior sister. Even the calm blue-robed administrator was moved. He said, Bai Wuxia, are you here to ring the bell as well? The corners of Bai Wuxia's lips curled up slightly. He said indifferently, No, I do not think that I can defeat Shui Lingling. I am just here to see what kind of person can make my little junior brother work so hard. I remember now. The person who rang the bell is called Wan Feng. Like Bai Wuxia, he is the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin even offended him. I'm afraid this is not going to be easy. Our Haotian sect's reputation is going to suffer. That Wan Feng is already a peak early-stage superior grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he has taken the extreme Yin old man as his master. Aside from the true inheritors of our Haotian sect, no one should be able to defeat him. The people below whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Qin. They could not help but feel a little worried for him. Earlier, when Xiao Qin faced off against Qiu Yi, no one had been so worried. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were at least 50-50. However, now, his opponent was Wan Feng, the extreme Yin old man's final disciple. Everyone felt that Xiao Chen's chances of victory were not high. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu also revealed worried expressions. Back in the Sky Dome realm, the 2 of them had personally experienced Wan Feng's strength. Xiao! Wan Feng gently leaped up and landed on the arena. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin and smiled. He said in a cold voice, Xiao Qin, I have to thank you. Without the pressure you gave me, I would not have improved so quickly in such a short time. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said indifferently, There is no need to thank me. I will help you again today. The battle of words quickly escalated to a clash of auras. Wan Feng's expression turned cold. He wanted to suppress Xiao Qin with his aura first. A cold wind howled behind Wan Feng. His aura was like a snowstorm as it surged towards Xiao Qin. Snowflakes seemed to fall in the air. For some reason, the temperature in the arena dropped by 100 degrees Celsius. A layer of hard ice formed on the ground, spreading up from Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen gently raised his right foot and stomped down ferociously. Cassier. Cassier. The hard layer of ice on the arena suddenly shattered. They turned into ice shards that filled the sky and danced in the air. Under the direct sunlight, they flickered with an icy light. They looked like dazzling pearls. Xiaoqian activated the ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body. A vast, drawn-out, ancient aura burst forth and turned into a strong wind. That gust of wind seemed to have traveled through time, blowing over from the ancient times. The ice shards dancing in the air were injected by the strong wind. As it spun, it pierced through the air. This beautiful object had turned into a sharp killing weapon as it rained down on Wan Feng. Wan Feng was astonished. He had not expected Xiaoqian to be so incredible in a clash of auras, surpassing him. Seeing the ice shards flying at him, Wan Feng took a step back and threw a palm strike. Bang! 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 Shattering sounds filled the air, resounding endlessly. The force of this palm strike shattered all the ice shards into powder. Xiaoqian's sovereign's aura was also completely nullified. Xiaoqian had burned half of his vital qi to deal with Qiu Yi earlier. So he did not have any intention of continuing with the burning heaven fist. Standing on the blue dragon image, Xiaoqian leaped up and passed through the ice shards filling the air. Then, he executed a tyrannical berserk dragon fist at Wan Feng. Wan Feng smiled coldly to himself. He did not panic. He tilted his body slightly and used his palm as a saber. Then, he chopped down at the roaring blue dragon. A smooth crack appeared on the blue dragon image formed by quintessence, and it immediately crumbled. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Wan Feng made a strong counterattack. He circulated his ice quintessence and sent out 3 palm strikes, knocking Xiaoqian back and regaining the initiative. Xiaoqian, it looks like your physical body is only a so-so. Draw your saber. Today, I am already extraordinary. It is not something you can imagine, Wan Feng said proudly after he knocked back Xiaoqian. The blue dragon sank slightly and landed firmly on the ground with Xiaoqian. Wan Feng had burned half his vital qi, so its might had decreased. Furthermore, he did not want to show off too much in front of Bai Wuxia, so he held back. Xiaoqian flipped his left hand and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled faintly and said, "You are not the only one improving in this world. In that case, let me see how extraordinary you are." Wan Feng looked at Xiaoqian, who had taken out the lunar shadow saber. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman." Flower cage. Wan Feng spread out his fingers and gently patted at Xiaoqian. A flower image embedded into the ground appeared on the arena below Xiaoqian's feet. When Xiaoqian felt a strange energy flowing in the ground, his expression changed slightly, and he leaped up. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pulled with his right hand. The ice flower image on the ground suddenly emerged and turned into a huge ice flower. The layers of ice petals were 100 meters wide. They looked like a huge mouth biting at Xiaoqian in the air. It looked like this Wan Feng had learned a new martial technique in the extreme Yin sect. The last time Xiaoqian fought with him, he had not seen such a strange martial technique. The flower soared into the air. There was even a stalk attached to the ground. From a distance, it looked like a real flower dancing in the wind. The surrounding cold qi slowly gathered, and the stalk grew longer. The flower chased after Xiaoqian, biting at him continuously. No matter how Xiaoqian dodged, he could not shake it off. Wan Feng smiled faintly and pushed off the ground. He turned into a white figure charging at Xiaoqian. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's palms were transparent like ice, flickering with a faint cold light. He sent out 3 palm strikes, trying to block off Xiaoqian's path of advance. Every single palm wind formed an ice storm in the air. As the storm howled, it seemed as if it could shatter mountains. What a powerful ice quintessence. He truly lives up to his reputation as the extreme Yin old man's disciple. When the surrounding Supreme Sky sect disciples saw Wan Feng send out 3 palm strikes, they were flabbergasted. Wan Feng could condense his ice-attributed quintessence to such a level. Even the peak disciples of the extreme Yin sect would find it hard to do so. Only the disciples of the extreme Yin old man could do so. While others could not avoid the ice storm, Xiaoqin did not feel much of it. He was a bladesman. With the support of his saber intent, he had never been afraid of such a head-on clash. In the past, when Xiaoqin had a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, he did not fear such a quintessence storm. Now that his saber intent had reached great perfection, he did not care about it. Xiao! Electric light flickered. Xiaoqin only used his 60% comprehended saber intent to send out 3 saber strikes, sending out 3 strands of purple saber qi. The saber qi was like a saber cutting through the sky, splitting the 3 quintessence storms in half. The storms shattered and turned into countless snowflakes drifting away. Wan Feng's face filled with shock. He had not expected Xiaoqian's saber intent to improve so quickly. It was completely different from when he was in the Sky Dome realm. However, this was within Wan Feng's expectations. Seeing Xiaoqin break the 3 storms, Wan Feng's figure flashed backward. Then, he spread open his palm and smashed down. Coldine palm. The drifting icy spiritual energy in the air condensed into a huge palm. Then, it pressed towards Xiaoqin. The palm contained the extreme Yin sect special state of ice. The surrounding Yin and Yang were out of balance, and the Yang attributed energy was continuously squeezed out. The Yang attributed energy formed clumps of Yang flames that shot into the surroundings like arrows. When the Yang flames landed on the ground, they blasted open deep pits. Some of the unlucky Haoyan sect disciples were struck by the Yang flames and vomited mouthfuls of blood, startling the others. Xiaoqian's expression turned grave. This palm strike was Wan Feng's consummate technique. It looked like Wan Feng was determined to force him into the ice flowers chasing after him. However, this palm strike was still somewhat lacking. Four-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. All sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized around Xiaoqin: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There was the flowing water of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the rustling autumn wind, and the merciless winter snow. The various scenes materialized the cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death. Bang! The saber light clashed with the ice palm in the air, producing a surging shock wave that spread out in all directions. When the boundless power of seasons clashed, the coldine palm that Wan Feng placed his hopes on turned into ice shards and scattered. Seeing Xiaoqian's relaxed appearance, Wan Feng felt frustrated. He could not understand why, even though his cultivation had soared and he had learned a secret technique, he still could not do anything to Xiaoqin in the end. Furthermore, the gap between them seemed even wider than when they were in the Sky Dome realm. In the past, Xiaoqin had to pay full attention to Wan Feng. Now, Xiaoqin did not care at all, appearing relaxed. The two fought intensely in the air. The result was somewhat surprising. Wan Feng, who had arrived with a surging momentum, used all his moves, sending out all sorts of strong martial techniques. However, he still could not do anything to Xiaoqin. The white-robed bladesman in the air stood on a blue dragon image. As it moved up and down, it broke Wan Feng's killing moves one by one. It seemed like he still had energy left over. Chapter 694. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Wan Feng, is this what you meant by extraordinary? You are only so. I really do not see any improvement aside from your cultivation." Damn it. After being mocked by Xiaoqin, Wan Feng felt even more frustrated. He shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. The surrounding temperature plummeted, forming a terrifying cold current. Great icy palm. A cold wind blew, and all the cold currents suddenly converged together, forming a giant ice palm. The palm was densely covered in veined patterns. The icy palm appeared too quickly, as if it had suddenly grown out of thin air. It grabbed Xiaoqin tightly in an instant. Wanfeng's complexion paled somewhat. He laughed loudly and said, "Let's see how you are going to continue being arrogant. I will squish you to death." The sudden change in the situation stunned everyone. Gong Yangyu and Xianxia could not resist the urge to fly up. Under Wanfeng's control, the huge icy palm grabbed Xiaoqin tightly. The cold chi contained a vast force, trying to squish Xiaoqin into a meat patty. Xiaoqin felt the force in the palm and did not mind it. He had already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 7th layer. Now, his physical body was as strong as an early ranked sage body. If it were another martial monarch of the same cultivation, they would have suffered internal injuries if Xiaoqin grabbed them like this. The immense pressure would have crushed their internal organs. However, Xiaoqian's physical body was already so horrifying. How could he still feel fear? His qi and blood surged, dispelling the cold. Then, he clenched his fists and opened the 12 acupoints on his arms. Break! A surging power burst out, and the ice palm shattered with a loud bang, turning into huge ice shards that scattered on the stage with loud banging sounds. Wanfeng vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. When Xiaoqin felt the icy flower chasing after him open its mouth to bite at him again, he could not be bothered to dodge. He turned around and stabbed the flower bud with his saber. Xiaoqin secretly unleashed his great perfection saber intent, and the ice flower bud immediately shattered, its roots breaking. Wanfeng, who was on the ground, looked at Xiaoqin, who stood in the air. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he appeared extremely dispirited. 2 months ago, Xiaoqian's strength had been about the same as his. If not for that heaven-ranked martial technique, it would have been hard to say who would have won. However, after 2 months, Xiaoqian's growth in the Kunlun realm had rapidly surpassed Xiaoqin, leaving him far behind. Seeing Xiaoqin emerge victorious, Gong Yangyu and Xianxia relaxed, revealing faint smiles on their faces. At the side of the arena, Wuxia, who had been watching the competition, did not show any change in his expression. He said indifferently, "Indeed, it is like that. No wonder Master wanted me to do it. If I don't kill this person, little junior brother will develop a demonic barrier in his heart." Great frozen palm print. The strongest disciple of the extreme Yin sect, Wuxia, silently made his move. A huge, icy palm descended from the sky, smashing towards Xiaoqin at lightning speed. This palm strike was very secretive. By the time Xiaoqin discovered it, it was already above his head. In the next moment, it would land on his body. There was also some unusual inattributed qi in the icy palm. It was also a great frozen palm print, but it was several times stronger than Wanfeng's. Xiaoqin did not have time to think. He rolled on the ground. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a deep pit appeared where Xiaoqin had been standing. The hard arena immediately shattered under this palm strike. A surging shock wave surged out, blasting Xiaoqin, who had not rolled far, into the sky. Hey! Wuxia was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he did not manage to kill Xiaoqin with this palm strike, he managed to dodge it. In that case, I'll send out another palm strike. The moment this thought appeared in Wuxia's mind, another bright, icy palm appeared in the air, heading for the flying Xiaoqin. It was so fast that no one present could sense it. Even if they wanted to stop it, it would be too late. The huge icy palm that appeared in the air was like an ice mountain. Not only did it contain a boundless chill, but it also contained an unparalleled force. That was the horrifying force of a half-sage using quintessence. Xiao Chen's cultivation was much weaker than his. The situation was dire. Xiao Chen, who had just been knocked back by the shock wave, did not have time to think when he saw another icy palm flying at him. He gathered all his remaining vital qi and crossed his arms. A dragon roared and a tiger roared, materializing the stance of crouching tiger hidden dragon. He could only clash head-on with this move. Bang! Xiao Chen flew back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he flew back like a kite. Bai Wuxia was somewhat stunned. The might of the great icy palm was equal to a heaven-ranked martial technique. Unexpectedly, he failed to kill Xiao Chen with it. Bai Wuxia's quintessence surged, raising his strength from 50% to 70%. The cold qi in the air surged and formed an even larger icy palm, pressing towards Xiao Chen. The huge palm happened to appear above Xiao Chen's head, forming out of nowhere. It did not give Xiao Chen any chance to dodge, directly encasing him. Ka Xie. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to execute the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the huge icy palm pressing down like an ice mountain suddenly shattered, turning into ice shards flying everywhere. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a purple-clad girl holding a purple bough on the profound sun bird in the distance. She had a stern expression as she stood proudly. A faint light drifted around her. Shui Lingling's eyes turned cold as she drew back the bowstring and fired another arrow at Bai Wuxia. Hu Qi! A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could keep track of it even with their eyes wide open. A grave expression appeared on Bai Wuxia's previously calm face. He quickly formed hand seals, and the surrounding cold wind howled, forming a whirlwind barrier of wind and snow in front of him. The fiery light formed by the arrow collided with it with a bang, producing a world-shaking sound. The entire summit of Giant Sword Peak shook violently. A boundless shock wave surged out, knocking away the surrounding disciples. A purple light flickered, and Shui Lingling landed on the arena. She said to Bai Wuxia, have you forgotten where this is? How dare you kill a disciple of our Haotian sect in front of us? The wind and snow scattered, and Bai Wuxia smiled gently. Naturally, I have not forgotten. This is Giant Sword Peak. As long as I ring the combat bell, I can challenge any disciple of your Haotian sect. Someone turned their head and saw that the ancient combat bell had started swinging left and right at some point in time. However, strangely enough, it did not make any sound. Hey, this bell seems to be broken. Unexpectedly, it cannot make any sound, Bai Wuxia said in an exaggerated manner, pretending to be extremely shocked. However, no matter what, the combat bell has already rung. Shui Lingling, you had best step aside. Unless this person admits defeat or is killed by me, according to the rules, you cannot appear in the arena, Bai Wuxia said unhurriedly. He had anticipated such a situation long ago. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked at Shui Lingling unhurriedly. Shui Lingling's expression changed. She had not expected Bai Wuxia to be so difficult to deal with. He had blocked all the words she wanted to say. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. I really disdain killing such a person. Xiao Chen, I will spare your life. My junior brother will come and take it personally. Bai Wuxia was temperamental. He did not care about Xiao Chen at all. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and quickly left with Wan Feng. Second senior brother, why did you let that brat off? That was such a good opportunity earlier, Wan Feng asked, feeling extremely confused. Bai Wuxia said indifferently, there were no more opportunities. That brat managed to dodge the two best opportunities. Now that Shui Lingling appeared, do you think she will just watch as I beat that brat to death? Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen. As he watched Bai Wuxia leave, he burned all the remaining vital qi in his body. Xiao Chen's blood surged and flowed like a surging river. The sovereign's aura hidden in the monarch blood grass spread out, and his aura soared. Azure smoke rose from the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky. After the firmament body tempering art advanced to the 7th layer, this was the first time Xiao Chen burned all his vital qi without holding anything back. Green smoke drifted in the air, and a green flame quickly spread out. The blue sky was instantly burned into a green color. Layers upon layers of flames surged out, and dragon roars surged out without end. Bai Wuxia, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped in the air. His expression turned grave as he threw a palm strike at the sky without any warning. Bai Wuxia's palm was as transparent as ice, flickering with a cold light. His reaction speed was already very fast, but he was still too slow. He could not gather all his quintessence in a short time. He had only sent out his palm halfway when the azure dragon fist descended from the sky, carrying a surging dragon might. A loud rumble came from the sky, shaking the sky and earth. Space trembled, and a horrifying might spread out. Even the many disciples in the distance felt fear in their hearts. Bai Wuxia felt his arm go numb and tremble uncontrollably. The force from that dragon fist was at least 1,500 tons of force. Caught off guard, Bai Wuxia could not block it with his full strength, even with his cultivation. The bones in his right arm ached faintly, and cracking sounds rang out. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared in his arm. Wan Feng, who was beside Bai Wuxia, was in an even worse state. The shock wave struck him and sent him flying back like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain in the distance. All the disciples on Giant Sword Peak looked at Xiao Chen like he was a madman. Unexpectedly, he dared to sneak attack Bai Wuxia. Who was Bai Wuxia? He was one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He had become famous at a young age, occupying the top 10 of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. In this age of cultivation, he was one of the most dazzling human cultivators. His reputation was even higher than Shui Lingling's. No matter where he went, even the inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families did not dare to offend him. They could only treat him with respect. This was because he might be the future Emperor Wu. Offending him was equivalent to offending an Emperor Wu. The consequences would be dire. No one was willing to become enemies with them. Hence, even when Bai Wuxia sneak attacked Xiao Qin, the blue-clad elder on Giant Sword Peak did not dare to say anything when he saw Bai Wuxia stop. He could only let the matter rest. Even someone as strong as Shui Lingling, the top true inheritor of the Haoyan sect and one of the 7 giants, did not stop Bai Wuxia when she saw him leaving. However, Xiao Qin, an inner sect disciple and a bladesman who was only a medial grade martial monarch, actually attacked Bai Wuxia. Furthermore, he was so ruthless. Bai Wuxia, no one is joking with you. Since you have given up on this battle, I will definitely visit the extreme Yin sect in the future and ring the combat bell openly. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Bai Wuxia. He enunciated every word in a sonorous voice. Chapter 695. He didn't know anything about the 7 magnates, nor did he know anything about the future great emperor. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He only knew that as a martial artist, the most basic principle was that if someone attacked him with a sneak attack, he must return the favor. He could not suppress this anger in his heart because of fear and cowardice, making himself uncomfortable and sullen. He clearly wanted to kill you, wanted to casually slap you to death, so how could he end it with a joke? How could he say that he disdained to make a move and cover up everything? No matter how lowly he was, he still had his basic dignity. As a swordsman, he would rather break than bend. Bai Wuxia felt an intense pain in his right arm. He forcefully resisted the urge to kill Xiao Qin on the spot. He said in a cold voice, "Even Wang Meng does not dare to go to the extreme Yin sect to ring the combat bell against me. Brat, you are even more arrogant than him. Don't make me wait too long, or I'll take your head." Bai Wuxia glanced at Shui Lingling on the giant sword peak, then looked at the inner city floating above the Haotian city. After all, this was still the territory of the Haotian sect. As a half-saint, no matter how powerful his background was, he could only hold it in for the time being after missing the opportunity to kill Zhang Xian. On the giant sword peak, the hundreds of Haotian sect disciples all looked at Xiao Qin as if they were looking at an idiot, shaking their heads and whispering to each other. This fellow is simply too ignorant. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he defeated Wan Feng and Qiu Yi? Unexpectedly, he dares to challenge Bai Wuxia. That is one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Even the true inheritors of our Haotian sect have to take a detour when they see him. The human race's Tianwu domain has a population of 10 billion people. For these 7 people to stand out from the countless geniuses and remain standing for so many years, how could they be mediocre? That's right. In the past few years, the golden age of martial artists has descended. Young geniuses have emerged one after another, and there is no lack of outstanding people. However, no matter how eager they are to become famous, they still don't dare to challenge the 7 giants. If not for first senior sister being here, he would have been smashed to death long ago. I really wonder where he got the courage to challenge Bai Wuxia. All sorts of discussions and mockery entered Xiao Chen's ears, but Xiao Chen didn't care. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He had just come to Kunlun, and his cultivation was low. When he was not strong enough, he would not pay attention to the noise and restlessness of the outside world. Even after he made some progress and became famous in the inner sanctum, facing all kinds of praises and admiration, his heart didn't change. He just smiled indifferently and continued to cultivate. From the Shao clan's Mo city to the heavenly saber pavilion, from the great Qin nation to the ancient desolate land, to the boundless sea, and finally to the great Jin nation's dragon sealing city. Finally, he went from the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm. Along the way, Xiao Qin had experienced too many ups and downs. He had once been famous everywhere and had once fallen to rock bottom, unknown to anyone. In the past, in order to train his killing intent, he had tirelessly slaughtered in the deep-sea battlefield for a year. Fame, fortune, glory, and splendor in the human world, he had long been very, very indifferent to it. He only followed his own principles, and his heart was directed towards the great Tao. He desired nothing else. He lived for his own Tao and would never care about the opinions of others. Bai Wuxia bullied him, humiliated him, and even wanted to kill him. If he could endure this, what was the point of living? Xiao Qin, you are too rash. Bai Wuxia is not the kind of genius that relied on medicinal pills to advance. He is not as simple as you think, Xiao Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Shui Lingling said softly with a slight frown. Having a strong enemy like Bai Wuxia was too dangerous for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said, I understand. However, I did not say this casually. I will definitely go to the extreme Yin sect in at most 1 year or at least half a year. Shui Lingling looked straight into Xiao Chen's eyes, trying to see what he was thinking in his heart. Aside from calmness, there was only calmness in those pitch-black eyes. They were like a pool of autumn water, calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, showing neither joy nor sorrow. However, in the depths of Shui Lingling's bright eyes, she could see the pride and confidence that Xiao Qin hid in the depths of his heart. Xiao Qin was like a true dragon in hibernation, watching the winds and clouds rise and fall. When the time came, he would break out of the sea and soar into the clouds, soaring into the sky. Many thanks for first senior sister's help. Xiao Qin will take his leave first. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute to Shui Lingling and thanked her sincerely. Then, before everyone's eyes, he stood on the blue dragon image and disappeared into the clouds. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a long time. Then, she revealed a grave expression on her pretty face. She muttered, I cannot see through him. Even though I can see his pride, I cannot see his heart. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. The Haotian sect produced Xiaoqin. I wonder what kind of people the other sects will produce. What kind of geniuses will there be in the other domains? It looks like chaotic times are really coming. Soon after, Shui Lingling seemed to think of something. She said, "No, I have to speak to the sect master. A genius like Xiaoqin absolutely cannot die like this. Otherwise, it will be the greatest loss for our Haotian sect." The profound sun bird with overwhelming spiritual energy on Xiaoqian's shoulder revealed its true form with a puci sound. Then, it carried Shui Lingling to the sky above the inner city. There seemed to be nothing there. However, it seemed to be Shui Lingling's destination. "Xiaoqin, you are really crazy. Unexpectedly, you want to challenge a half-sage in half a year." After Xiaoqin returned to his courtyard, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, could not help saying this. Xiaoqin sipped tea in the courtyard as he looked into the distance. As he looked at the clear lake in front, he said, "Is that impossible? I have the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpasses a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. I also have an unrivaled physical body of the younger generation. The only difference between me and Bai Wuxia is cultivation." Ao Jiao was flabbergasted. She said, "You make it sound really easy. It is just cultivation." "What do you mean by just cultivation?" "No matter how strong your Purple Thunder Divine Incantation is or how talented you are, you will need at least 2 years to advance from medial grade martial monarch to half-sage. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia will not stop and wait for you to catch up. If he breaks through the bottleneck of martial sage, you will not be able to surpass him in less than 5 years. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "I understand. Hence, I have to go to the savage battlefield. I need to find natural treasures like the golden savage ox's spirit core." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "You are oversimplifying the savage battlefield. There are many forbidden lands in there. Back then, even the Thunder King did not dare to enter. Furthermore, at that time, all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain will enter. Even some loose cultivators who do not abide by the rules will enter. With such a huge competition, even if you have valuable treasures, you might not be able to make it out. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield." Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. He smiled and said, "Little Ao Jiao, you have learned to say things with a hidden meaning. Don't place all your hopes on the savage battlefield. Could it be that the Thunder King left some treasures in the Kunlun realm?" The Thunder King was an ancient martial emperor. Back then, he swept through the Kunlun realm's 100 races unhindered. Even several of the older generation Emperor Wu were not a match for him. If he left some treasures, if Xiaoqin could obtain them, it would be a great fortune. Catching up to Bai Wuxia would be easy. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "You are overthinking. Even if there are treasures, you cannot open them. That is something you can only use after you advance to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, you might not be able to open them. Once you open the Thunder King's treasures, you will have officially acknowledged your identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. I do not wish for you to accept such a heavy burden." Xiaoqin felt suspicious. He asked, "Why? Will there be some disaster if I become the Thunder King's inheritor?" Ao Jiao was not willing to say more. She said, "Don't ask. In any case, I do not wish for you to open his treasures. Go to the savage battlefield first. After that, I'll bring you to a place." Ao Jiao clenched her fist and smiled. "Don't worry. After all, you are my trashy master. I will not stand by and watch that fellow Bai Wuxia bully you." Hearing the concern in Ao Jiao's words, Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He no longer cared about the Thunder King's treasures. "Oh, by the way, how is my netherworld flower?" Rather than thinking about distant things, it was better to think about something more substantial. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. If he could improve it further, he would be able to protect himself when he ran into Bai Wuxue. He would not be in such a passive state. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Very good. While I was talking to you, I did not forget to use inattributed spiritual energy to nourish the flower bud. It will mature completely in another 3 months. That's a little slow." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Can it be faster? That way, I will have another trump card in the savage battlefield." In the world of mountains and rivers in the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao fiddled with the netherworld flower. She smiled and said, "Of course. Toss in 3 million superior grade spirit stones. The netherworld flower will mature in 1 month." Xiao Chen casually asked for 3 million superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to half of Xiao Chen's wealth. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "You make it sound too simple. It is not easy for me to accumulate spirit stones. Furthermore, I do not even have enough spirit stones for myself." Ao Jiao said softly, "Be content with what you have. You picked up such a peak-grade immortal spirit ring for free. What more do you want? This immortal spirit ring of yours was something that Emperor Wu played with. Unless you can snatch a few high-ranked spirit veins, you will have to use spirit stones if you want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm." Helpless, Xiao Chen could only endure the heartache and toss the spirit stones that he earned so hard into the immortal spirit ring. A beautiful rain of light immediately fell in the world of the ring. The petite Ao Jiao looked like a fairy strolling in the rain. Xiao Chen's fair, jade-like hands guided the motes of light to the netherworld flower. The white flame flower core slowly turned brighter. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring. Then, he picked up the teacup and drained it in one go. "It is time to start on my 3rd goal." After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen took out the secret manual for the dragon subduing slash from the universe ring and started to study the 2nd move, Soaring Dragon. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. This move was created after the 1st move, the dragon subduing slash. It could be used alone or in tandem with the blue dragon returns to the sea. The true dragon soars had many changes. Each change involved the circulation path of veritable energy. Not to mention how to comprehend the state of this move, just the several dozen veritable energy changes were enough to give one a headache. The circulation path of each veritable energy had its own meridians. There were strict requirements for which meridians the veritable energy passed through and which meridians it did not. Xiao Chen spent 3 days before he managed to remember half of the changes. As he slowly immersed himself in it, he felt that this move was much more complicated than the blue dragon returns to the sea. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. As Xiao Chen muttered these 2 sentences, he entered deep thought. These 2 sentences were written at the start of the 2nd move. They seemed to contain the truth of this move. Hidden dragon in the depths, the Qian hexagram of the Book of Changes, meant that a gentleman should wait for the right opportunity before making a move. He should be good at preserving his strength and not act rashly. Chapter 696. This was Xiao Chen's understanding of this phrase in his original world. However, it could not be completely applied to this martial technique. According to Xiao Chen's understanding, the meaning of this phrase should be that the true dragon was hiding in the deep abyss, planning to make a move. When the momentum arrived, the true dragon would break out of the sea, leading to the phrase soaring dragon in the sky. What kind of momentum would allow the blue dragon to soar into the sky after it left the sea? Xiao Chen's gaze was deep as he looked at the lake in front of the courtyard. Then, he simulated the scene of the blue dragon leaving the sea in his mind. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and the sky turned dark. A storm was brewing. The vast sea roared angrily, and the true dragon hid in the deep abyss. Xiao Chen stared at the sky without saying a word. He only watched the wind and clouds move, the ebb and flow of the tide, planning to soar into the sky. Xiaoqin shook his head slightly, and the illusion in his mind disappeared. He muttered, "It is still too early to think about the state contained in a heaven-ranked martial technique. I should familiarize myself with the circulation of quintessence first." In reality, even if most cultivators obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique, they would not be able to fully comprehend the state within 1 or 2 years. For example, when Chen Shao became a true inheritor of 7 stars surrounding the moon, he immediately obtained a heaven-ranked martial technique as a reward from the sect. However, even now, he had not fully comprehended it. While the Big Dipper sword chi could move about freely, he could not truly bring out the moon. He could only bring out about 50% of the might of a strong heaven-ranked martial technique. There were very few people in the younger generation like Xiaoqin, who could bring out 80% of the blue dragon's might. Most people would be satisfied with a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, Xiaoqian's requirements for himself were too high. After another 10 days, Xiaoqin finally understood all the circulation routes of soaring dragon in the sky. Without any interference, he could execute this move proficiently. Xiao. In the courtyard, Xiaoqin drew his saber. The saber light was like lightning as he circulated soaring dragon in the sky. With the true dragon possessing his body, a blue dragon shadow loomed over Xiaoqian's body. As his true essence revolved, Xiaoqin felt his body fill with an infinite strength. His strength was increasing rapidly, but he had been accumulating power without releasing it. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. When the momentum rises, the dragon soars into the sky. Xiaoqin took a light step forward with his right foot. Instantly, boundless power burst forth. It was a very casual step, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. Using this force, Xiaoqian's body became like a rocket filled with fuel, soaring into the sky with a dragon roar. Dragon might filled the air. Auspicious clouds covered Xiaoqian's body. The true dragon was formed together with the clouds. Its might shook the 9 heavens, and it came from all directions. He could sense that his saber aura had risen to its peak the instant it soared. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even react to it. By the time Xiaoqin recovered his wits, the peak saber technique was gone forever. He could not find it again. Bang! When the saber light chopped down, the dragon energy exploded. A terrifying sound rang out in the air, and the space trembled. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Sheathing his saber, Xiaoqin landed on the ground. He looked at the trembling space, and the ripples lingered for a long time. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Xiaoqin knew that this attack could not be considered a success. He had only followed the path of his veritable essence energy and executed this move in a simple manner. Not to mention the states of the hidden dragon lurks in the abyss and the dragon soars into the sky, he had not even grasped the technique. The hidden dragon lurks in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not take action, but when he does, it will shake the world. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. The instant he moved, he grasped that peak state to instantly attack. Otherwise, if he missed the opportunity, the might would be greatly reduced. A pretty girl flew over from the mirror-like lake in front. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. When he saw the person's face, he stopped cultivating. The true inheritor, Jun Si, gently floated down. With a few nimble leaps, she landed beside Xiaoqin. Junior brother Xiaoqin, it is time for us to depart. First senior sister told me to come and fetch you. What do you need to prepare? Go and make your preparations. Xiaoqin had already guessed the other party's intentions, so he was not surprised. He did not have anything to prepare, so he could depart at any time. The two flew side by side in the air. Jun Si curiously sized up Xiaoqin. She asked, Xiaoqin, did you really issue a challenge to Bai Wuxia? The matter of Xiaoqin challenging Bai Wuxia on Giant Sword Peak had spread throughout the entire Haoyan sect. Some busybodies even purposely spread it. Now, this news had already spread to the entire 18 southern provinces, creating momentum for this battle and turning it into an irreconcilable battle. Thanks to Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, Xiaoqin was very familiar with all this. It was easy for him to figure out that someone was afraid of the big shots of the sect coming to mediate this battle. Thus, this person came up with this plan, wanting Xiaoqin to die at the hands of Bai Wuxia. As for who it was, Xiaoqin did not have the time to worry about it. This time, under Bai Wuxia's lead, the extreme Yin sect will definitely go in for experiential training. At that time, it will be problematic to run into him. Junxi's delicate eyebrows revealed some worry. Xiaoqin did not mind it. He smiled and said, "The savage battlefield is boundlessly vast. There are countless forbidden lands in it. It would be very difficult to run into him. Even if I did, I would still be able to protect myself." Junxi smiled helplessly and said, "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. However, I believe that you are not lying. The people of the Sky Dome realm will always create miracles, just like the Thunder King that everyone looked down on in the past." The two chatted and laughed. Soon, they flew out of the city gates, heading for the ancient transportation formation outside the city. The transportation formation was built in the center of a vast plaza. At this moment, the surroundings of the plaza were filled with Haoyan sect disciples. All of them had envious gazes as they looked at Qin Shao and the others on the transportation formation. They were going to the savage battlefield to seek fortuitous encounters with all the outstanding talents of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. If they were lucky, their strength would immediately soar after they came out. The savage battlefield opens once every 3 years. Every time it closes, there will be rumors of several experts finding natural treasures or treasures left behind by predecessors. "It would be great if I could go," an inner sect disciple said excitedly. "Even if first senior sister is willing to bring you along, you will only be a burden." "Do you think that as a true inheritor, you can protect yourself?" someone at the side mocked. That person smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just joking. Even if she asked me, I would not dare to go. Without sufficient strength, even if I were lucky enough to find a treasure, it would be snatched away by the disciples of the other sections. If I am unlucky and run into a loose cultivator who does not abide by the rules, I might even lose my life." The person at the side smiled and said, "It's good that you know. We inner sect disciples do not have that kind of fate. There are not many public lands of fortuitous encounters in the Tianwu domain." "Hey! Why is Xiaoqin in there as well?" A sharp-eyed person saw the white-robed Xiaoqin in the transportation formation and immediately cried out. "It really is him. That can't be. He is just an inner sect disciple. How can he be qualified to go to the savage battlefield? Did he really go crazy? First, he arrogantly challenged Bai Wuxia. Now, he actually dares to follow first senior sister to the savage battlefield. With his strength, even if he goes, he will only die. He will not be able to return." Xiaoqin's appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. The various inner sect disciples all felt extremely jealous. The first elder of the Haoyan sect smiled at Shui Lingling as he stood at the transportation formation filled with immortal qi. "Lingling, I'll leave this group of fellows to you. Do your best to bring back all of them." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "First elder, don't worry. I will do my best to protect them." The first elder said softly, "Let's go. I told you to find some herbs. If there is an opportunity, go and try to obtain them." The savage battlefield was an experiential training ground. The various large sects had a rule that only their disciples could enter. Other experts above martial sage were not allowed in. If the first elder wanted to pick some herbs, he could only ask Shui Lingling for help. He could not do anything about it. The transportation formation flickered with light, and the group vanished from everyone's sight, transported 5,000 kilometers away. When Hua Tianhe, Yun Feiyu, and the others in the crowd saw this scene, they showed sullen expressions and gritted their teeth. They nearly lost their lives in the savage beast forest. In the end, they did not obtain anything. Their mood was easy to imagine. Hua Tianhe said in a cold voice, "Let's go. Let's not remain idle. When that white-robed brat returns, we have to take good care of him." The savage battlefield was located in the north of the vast Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Rumor had it that before the Immortal epic ended, it was the center of the Kunlun realm. The savage battlefield contained boundless mysteries. Even after the Immortal epic collapsed and the martial epic arrived, this place still flourished. Immortal cheese spread everywhere, countless spirit herbs grew. Immortal music often rang out, and one could even see illusions of flying immortals. However, during the 100 Races War of the Ancient Era, this place bore the brunt of the attack. It became the battlefield of the various martial emperors, reducing this immortal realm to rubble. That was a great battle that did not surpass 50,000 years ago. Since the birth of the martial epic, there had never been such a great battle. During the ancient era, the martial techniques of the various races reached their peak. There were as many martial sages as dogs and as many martial emperors as the clouds. As their strength swelled, the various races became dissatisfied with their current positions and resources. They all wanted to monopolize the Kunlun realm and rule the 3,000 great realms. Hence, the War of the Emperors erupted. Countless martial emperors died in that battle. Emperor Wu, who normally called the wind and summoned the rain, spent his days plucking the stars and the moon, died in large numbers. The strength of the Kunlun realm suffered an unprecedented blow. The demonic world, which had existed since the Immortal epic, interfered in the War of the Emperors. He even interfered in the Emperor War, wanting to turn the savage battlefield into a vast emperor's grave, burying all the martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. The remaining sovereign martial emperors of the various races came to their senses and worked together. Finally, they broke the demonic world's plot and chased away all the 18 demon monarchs. However, after the War of the Emperors, the glory of the Kunlun realm was gone forever. Several races even vanished in the long river of history, never to be found again. As for the demonic world, it became an eternal nightmare for the various races of the Kunlun realm. It was like a murderous sword hanging over people's heads, making them unable to eat or sleep in peace. The various races ruled over the border. They had a common enemy, the demonic world. The competition between them was intense. Occasionally, there would be friction. However, a true battle to the death would never happen again. Standing on the profound sun-bird in the blue sky and white clouds, Shui Lingling spoke to Xiao Qin and the others about some of the unknown stories of the savage battlefield. This broadened the horizons of Xiao Qin and the others. Unexpectedly, there was such a grand past behind the savage battlefield, making them feel excited. Chapter 697. The savage battlefield was in the north of the Tianwu domain, and the Haotian province was in the south. The north and south were separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Although there were transportation formations that could shorten the distance, the transportation formations could not send them directly to the savage battlefield. Hence, the group rode on Shui Lingling's profound sun-bird. With the profound sun-bird's speed of Mach 10, they could save a lot of time. After Jun Si heard that, she felt suspicious. She asked, "First senior sister, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that there will be young experts of other races in the savage battlefield?" Xiao Qin and the others could not help but look over curiously. They were more concerned about this as well. If there were experts of other races, then the competition would be even more intense. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "That won't happen. Back then, if not for the 4 sovereign martial emperors of our human race fighting against the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world alone, all the martial emperors of the other races would have died. The savage battlefield is a land of experiential training that the human sages fought for us juniors. Other races are not allowed to enter. The group all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, however, nothing is absolute. The large clans and sects of the fiend race can manage their disciples well. However, it is like our Tianwu domain. They cannot manage the loose cultivators of the fiend domain. Chen Xiao interjected, first senior sister, based on what you said, we will definitely run into fiend race cultivators. Tell us, how do the fiend race cultivators compare to us humans? They are very strong. They are one of the 5 major races. Shui Lingling thought for a while before muttering, since the ancient era, several races have disappeared in the long river of time, hard to find traces of them. Now, the 5 major races are still glorious, with their inheritances not extinguished. Every one of them has their own strengths and cannot be underestimated. They are not weaker than us humans. Roughly speaking, the fiend race cultivators' comprehension abilities are not as good as humans. However, their physical bodies and bloodlines are much stronger than humans. There is no way to say who is stronger or weaker, it still depends on the individual. Shui Lingling continued, however, the demon clan experts with the spirit demon bloodline cannot be underestimated. In terms of talent, they are not inferior to us humans, and even a little stronger. Spirit demons were the most ancient demon race. The current spirit beasts were all their descendants. It was just that their bloodline had thinned countless times. The current spirit beasts had already lost their innate demonic nature. They needed to cultivate to become demonic again. Xiao. Just at this moment, a white jade warship that looked like a pavilion flew over from behind. Even before the warship arrived, Xiaoqin could already feel a terrifying aura. Hu Hai looked back and frowned. It's the full moon pavilion's white jade ship. The leader is the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing. They are here as well. Xiaoqin looked up and saw Feng Xingxing, whom Xiaoqin had met once before, standing upright with his left hand on the saber hanging at his waist. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the air. Even from 10,000 meters away, one would feel a slight pain in the eyes when looking into his eyes. Jun Si and the others could not stand Feng Xingxing's gaze. They exclaimed in shock, what a strong saber intent. It looks like Feng Xingxing's strength increased again. Shui Lingling nodded gently and said, the strength of a bladesman is extremely terrifying. They have the calmness of a swordsman, but they also have a sense of pride and tyranny. There are not many true bladesmen in the world. They are just cultivators who use the saber. Among the younger generation, Feng Xingxing is undoubtedly a true bladesman. When Jun Si heard this, she sneaked a glance at Xiaoqin, who still did not withdraw his gaze. She thought to herself, first senior sister has such a high evaluation of Feng Xingxing. I wonder what she thinks of Xiaoqin. Is he a true bladesman as well? Shui Lingling, it's been a long time. The white jade warship caught up to the profound sun bird. When Feng Xingxing saw Shui Lingling, he greeted her. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and smiled gently. It has indeed been a long time. Your improvement is truly astonishing. In less than a year, you will probably start challenging us 7 giants. Feng Xingxing revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said seriously, don't worry. I will definitely be the last one to challenge you. I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the savage battlefield. Of the 18 southern provinces, only Shui Lingling obtained the title of 7 giants. Although the two did not have any grudges, due to this relationship, the competition between them was intense. Hence, while Feng Xingxing's tone seemed calm, there was actually an intense confrontation hidden within. Shui Lingling faintly smiled. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her elegant and refined face. Chi. Just as the warship was about to speed up and overtake the profound sun bird, Feng Xingxing suddenly stopped the white jade warship with a wave of his hand. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin with surprise. Feng Xingxing's pupils constricted as he imprinted the simple and unassuming white-robed Xiao Qin in his mind. Then, he got the warship to take off again. First senior brother, what happened earlier? A female disciple on the white jade warship asked out of curiosity. Feng Xingxing replied casually, nothing much. I just met someone with a saber intent no weaker than mine. I was somewhat surprised. When the other true inheritors of the full moon pavilion heard this, they were greatly startled. Feng Xingxing's casual words stunned them. Others might not know how strong Feng Xingxing's saber intent was, but they knew it very well. That was a great perfection saber intent. Even several of the older generation bladesmen could not achieve that. Furthermore, it was a perfect great perfection saber intent. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. That person from the Haotian sect was unknown. How could he be like their talented first senior brother, grasping a great perfection saber intent at such a young age? I remember now. He is the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. He is the madman who challenged by Wuxia, the female disciple who spoke first said. A bright light flashed in Feng Xingxing's eyes. He said softly, so, it is him. It looks like I have to go and take a look at the battle at the Extreme sect. The other 5 people on the profound sunbird looked at Xiao Qin with interest. Clearly, they were astonished as well. Feng Xingxing stopped the warship and looked at Xiao Qin. Bladesmen were usually extremely calm. They could face life and death calmly. Very few things would cause their emotions to fluctuate so intensely. Shui Lingling smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao Qin is really unfathomable. I wonder what Feng Xingxing saw to make him so shocked. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that it would be too difficult to hide his saber intent from a true bladesman. This should be what Feng Xingxing saw. Xiao Qin smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders. Then, he said casually, who knows? Since Xiao Qin did not want to expose his trump card, the others could not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. They were no different. Just at this moment, a floral fragrance wafted over. A magnificent warship flew silently above everyone's heads. Hu Hai said somewhat angrily, it's the 1,000 Mystery Sects flying fragrance ship. That fellow Hua Dao is really bold. Unexpectedly, he dares to fly above us. Even Feng Xingxing does not dare to be so arrogant. Hua Dao was the top true inheritor of the 1,000 Mystery Sect. They were both from the 18 southern provinces. Long ago, he suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Lingling. Hence, there was a deep grudge between them. Shui Lingling's lips curled up in a casual smile. She said, let him be. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the savage battlefield. Xiao. A sharp killing intent tore through space and encased Xiao Qin. His body immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, that killing intent disappeared in a flash. Before Shui Lingling could sense it, it quickly withdrew. Xiao Qin looked up and saw an elegant man in flowery robes on the warship looking at him coldly. The sharp Shui Lingling could still sense that killing intent. She said sullenly, Xiao Qin, I forgot to tell you. Zhuo Ping, whose nose you smashed crooked, is this person's fiancé. It looks like he has his eyes on you. Hua Dao is a ruthless person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He will do all sorts of despicable things. You absolutely cannot separate from us on this trip. Jun Si giggled. She covered her mouth and said, Junior brother Xiao Qin, you really do not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. You even smashed this pretty lady's nose crooked. Xianxia's bright eyes were like two crescent moons when she smiled. Coupled with that pretty face, Xianxia looked extremely adorable. She infected the others. This was originally a serious matter, but now, they could not help laughing. Hu Hai laughed loudly and could not help but pat Xiao Chen's shoulder. He said, "It's fine. That woman is not a good person. Big brother who supports you. If that fellow Hua Dao tries to harm you, I will be the first to help you." Within the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao, who was currently taking care of the netherworld flower, also giggled. So what if I smashed her nose crooked? The next time that bitch sneak attacks you, I will help you smack her mouth crooked. Xiao Chen was speechless. These people really wished for the world to be in chaos. As the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mysteries sect, even if Hua Dao was not as strong as Feng Xingxing, he would not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, according to what Shui Lingling said, this person was definitely a vile character. The methods that some people of the righteous Dao disdain to use might very well be used by this person. Shui Lingling smiled warmly. Her fluttering purple robes made her look like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry too much about Hua Dao. If he dares to make a move, I will directly smack him to death. The savage battlefield is not some other place. Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable confidence and tyranny that gave one a sense of security. When one looked into the distance, one could discover a faint black screen in the distant horizon. It connected the sky and the ground. However, one could not see it clearly because it was very far away. As the group advanced, they met more and more outstanding talents from all over the Tianwu domain. All of them had powerful techniques and were filled with anticipation as they flew excitedly towards the savage battlefield. Occasionally, people would greet Xiao Chen's group. Of course, they were all doing so out of respect for Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen was the only female among the 7 giants of the younger generation. Furthermore, she was a girl as pretty as a flower. Shui Lingling's popularity was not limited to the 18 southern provinces but throughout the entire Tianwu domain. 3 days later, the group could already see that faint black screen very clearly. It was a wall made of dense black qi. It was unknown how thick it was. It connected the sky to the ground, forming a demonic barrier that locked down this space. The black demonic qi gave off a heart-palpitating aura. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel an unbearable pressure. Chapter 698. Many cultivators of various sects stood on a small mound not far from the black barrier. There was a hubbub of voices as they chatted with each other. When friends met, they chatted happily. When enemies met, they immediately started fighting without saying anything. Before Xiao Qin and the others landed on the mound, they heard the sounds of intense fighting. Quintessence surged, and the wind howled like thunder. Several cultivators gathered around the fight to watch the excitement. Occasionally, they nodded their heads. Clearly, this fight was of high quality. This was not a fight of an ordinary minor character. Otherwise, it would not have attracted such praise. On the profound sun bird, Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He shouted, "It's Feng Xingxing. He is dueling with someone." Xiao Chen had noticed long ago that the bladesman fighting was Feng Xingxing, whom he met 3 days ago. As for the other person, Xiao Chen did not recognize the stout man holding a black wooden staff. However, based on the way he fought, he could easily tell that he was a Battle Realm cultivator. Feng Xingxing's moves were large and powerful. As he swept his staff, a strong wind blew as he shouted continuously. There was also the image of an ancient giant behind him, also brandishing a wooden staff. With the activation of the ancient giant's bloodline, the stout man's strength was extremely ferocious. He forced Feng Xingxing to dodge. "Feng Xingxing, with your level, you dare to challenge my big brother? You are too naive." Ha! The stout man laughed loudly, appearing very pleased with himself. 9 Battle Realm cultivators with vast auras stood behind the stout man. They were the famous 10 great Battle Realm geniuses. The stout man that Feng Xingxing defeated with one saber strike previously still had a scar on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Second brother, beat him up ruthlessly. Later, I will carve a tortoise on his face and show him how powerful the Battle Realm cultivators are." When Xiao Chen heard this, he understood the grudges. The Battle Realm cultivators always worked together. Previously, Feng Xingxing had beaten the 10th brother badly. Now that they met again, of course, he wanted to take revenge. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, it would be difficult. The second-ranked Battle Realm genius would not be a match for Feng Xingxing. He would also suffer a miserable defeat. With the support of Saber Intent, a bladesman did not fear clashing head-on. Even though Feng Xingxing possessed a great perfection Saber Intent, he still dodged. Clearly, he was looking for a weak point and wanted to kill it in one strike, not wasting any of his strength or trump cards. On one hand, he was guarding against the top genius of the Battle Realm, who had yet to make his move. Furthermore, when he entered the savage battlefield later, he would face even more intense competition. This was just an appetizer. If he could conserve his quintessence, he would. If he could not expose his trump cards, he would. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. The stout man fought to his heart's content, forcing Feng Xingxing to retreat. When Xiao Chen saw himself forcing the famous Feng Xingxing into such a sorry state in front of so many outstanding talents, he could not help getting carried away. Amidst the continuous attacks, an insignificant flaw appeared. It was almost negligible, because the flaw was too small, and the time it appeared was too short. As soon as he appeared, the burly man reacted and hurriedly changed his move to make up for it. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Although he looked bold and unrestrained, he was not reckless in battle. However, it was too late. Feng Xingxing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. His defensive saber move suddenly burst forth with an unparalleled sharpness. The ordinary saber blade gave off a bright light. Feng Xingxing's aura instantly changed. It was like he was a completely different person. A strong wind blew, and Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered. He ferociously swung his saber forward and instantly grasped that opening, catching the burly man, who was preparing to change his move to make up for it, off guard. Dang! 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 The saber clashed with the metal staff, creating sparks. The burly man's move immediately became messed up. Feng Xingxing did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He took 7 steps forward, forcefully expanding the small opening that he originally had into something that would affect victory or defeat. Furthermore, Feng Xingxing's saber intent and quintessence did not increase. He still relied on his original strength and exquisite saber techniques. Everything happened very quickly. By the time the other Battle Realm geniuses reacted, the metal staff in the burly man's hand had already been knocked away. The situation was dire. Boom! A strong aura burst forth, and a person leaped out from behind. Then, this person leaped to the front of the burly man and used his gloved right hand to block Feng Xingxing's saber strike. This person caught Feng Xingxing's heavy saber strike with one hand. However, he did not move back at all. The energy on his saber surged out, kicking up a ferocious strong wind. "Big brother," the burly man said with lingering fear after dodging a calamity. The person who came was the top genius of the 10 great battle realms, Niu Dang. In less than half a year since he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he had already defeated several famous young experts. This had allowed Niu Dang's reputation to soar rapidly. His reputation as the top genius of the battle realms was not exaggerated at all. Feng Xingxing and Niu Dang both feared each other's strength. After exchanging blows for a while, they tacitly withdrew their moves at the same time. Niu Deng smiled coldly and said, "You'd best not let me meet you in the savage battlefield. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Feng Xingxing sheathed his saber and said calmly, "Do you think I fear you?" The two of them looked at each other in an extremely unfriendly manner before returning to their own teams. Hu Hai clicked his tongue and said, "This is really intense." Before entering the savage battlefield, it has already reached the point where one side lives or the other dies. This trip to the savage battlefield will probably be even more intense than the previous ones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. This is the age of geniuses, where many outstanding talents gather. It would be impossible for it not to be intense. Let's go in first." Feeling suspicious, Jun Si asked, "Can we go in? The demonic barrier does not seem to have weakened completely. I see that the others are waiting." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not say anything. The profound sun bird under her suddenly accelerated, turning into a beam of green light heading for the demonic barrier that connected the sky and the ground. When Shui Lingling approached the demonic barrier, her expression sank slightly. She sent out a palm strike, and her purple robes fluttered in the wind. The dense and surging veritable essence energy surged out, immediately tearing a large hole in the demonic barrier that others did not dare to look at directly. A green light flickered, and before the hole closed, the profound sun bird quickly entered. Shui Lingling did not wait for the demonic barrier to weaken. She directly shattered the black wall of demonic qi with a palm strike and forced her way in. Although the outstanding talents outside were startled, they were not too surprised. However, there weren't too many surprises, because the 7 great powerhouses who had arrived earlier had all forcefully broken in. The 7 giants truly live up to their name. Only they are half-sages and have the ability to force their way in. In this experiential training of the savage battlefield, the 3 holy masters all went to the outer region to adventure. These 7 will probably gain the most. They can't do anything about it. Half-sages can already comprehend the laws of the world. Their quintessence is very different from ours. The difference is too great. The various outstanding talents discussed the situation. As they watched the 7 giants enter one by one, they could not do anything about it. Even experts like Feng Xingxing, Niu Deng, and Hua Dao could not do anything about the demonic barrier that had not weakened yet. The demonic barrier needed strong quintessence to break through. There was no shortcut. The 7 giants' combat prowess was similar to the 7 giants. However, in terms of quintessence, they were much weaker. After a while, the black wall formed by the demonic qi began to weaken at a rate visible to the naked eye. The eyes of Feng Xingxing and the others lit up. They could not wait to force their way in. Some of the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time could no longer wait and wanted to take this opportunity to charge in as well. Unfortunately, these cultivators did not have enough quintessence. They were weaker than Feng Xingxing and the others. The moment they entered, they heard blood-curdling screams. This made some of the restless cultivators immediately turn obedient. Only when the sky turned dark and the demonic barrier weakened completely did everyone enter the savage battlefield in a single file. At the same time, some sneaky figures took the opportunity to barge in from some of the more desolate areas of the demonic barrier that spanned 500 kilometers. These were all loose cultivators who came because of the fame of the savage battlefield. They were all very old and had deep cultivations. Most of them were at least as strong as Feng Xingxing. There were also some whose cultivation bases were comparable to the 7 powerhouses of the younger generation. The savage battlefield, which was held once every 3 years, officially opened. The various factions gathered here, as well as many loose cultivators who came to try their luck. Under the calm surface, undercurrents surged. No one knew what kind of sparks would erupt. Dark clouds lingered in the blood-dyed sky. The sky was dark and gloomy, devoid of light. When one looked up, the sky looked like it would fall at any moment, inspiring a strange pressure in one's heart. A strong wind howled for thousands of kilometers. The ground was covered in scarlet soil. It looked like the soil and blood were mixed together. This place was the famous savage battlefield of the Tianwu domain. The profound sun bird, which had the bloodline of an immortal beast, felt extremely frustrated here. It was very sensitive to the aura in the air. Shui Lingling did not force the profound sun bird. She let it shrink to the size of a palm and perch on her shoulder. Then, the group walked on the ground of the savage battlefield. When Xiaoqian felt the ancient aura of the savage battlefield, he suddenly thought of the mysterious map he obtained when he killed Lone Wolf. The aura on that map was no different from the aura of this place. The terrain was similar as well. Could this be the map of the savage battlefield? Xiaoqian's heart pounded heavily. Not only could the mysterious map imprint all the images into one's mind, but it also accurately marked out the danger level of the various forbidden lands. If one could follow the map, not only would they be able to reduce the time spent exploring, but they would also be able to avoid some of the dangerous forbidden lands. Their survivability would increase significantly. First Senior Sister, where are we going now? Chapter 699. When Hu Hai and the others felt the strange atmosphere, they all calmed down. Then, they looked at Shui Lingling, who had been here before. Shui Lingling looked around and said, "We are now in the northern part of the savage battlefield, the bloody ground wasteland. This is a rather peripheral area, so it is not very dangerous. However, we still need to be careful." Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "I've heard of the bloody ground wasteland before. This place produces blood crystals. It is a treasure land." Blood crystals were rare ores that could only be formed in ancient battlefields filled with endless massacres. Naturally, the savage battlefield was of a higher standard than the other ancient battlefields. According to legend, this was the battlefield of emperors. Blood crystals could temper a cultivator's mental energy. In the martial epic, secret manuals and cultivation techniques that could directly cultivate mental energy only existed in legends. Mental energy could only be strengthened by external objects. Blood crystals were the peak of such external objects. One inferior-grade blood crystal could sell for 30 to 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. This place does indeed produce blood crystals. However, blood crystals are not that easy to obtain. We have to find a blood crystal mine first and kill the twin-headed demonic blood wolves that feed on blood crystals." Mental energy was very useful to martial monarchs. The most direct manifestation of this was the expansion of one's perception, aura, and mental state. As for pure mental energy martial techniques, they were extremely rare. However, there were many geniuses in the Kunlun realm. Just because they were rare did not mean that they did not exist. If one really met a cultivator who knew mental energy martial techniques, having a stronger mental energy would increase one's ability to protect themselves. Come, let's go to the inferior-grade blood crystal mines to take a look. After 3 years, they should have recovered significantly. Shui Lingling led the 5 of them through the vast bloody ground wasteland. Along the way, they encountered some low-grade demonic beasts that blocked their way. However, Shui Lingling killed them all. It had to be said that following such an experienced and strong first senior sister made things much easier for Hu Hai and the others. Otherwise, Hu Hai and the others would not even know where to go on this bloody ground wasteland, which had almost the same terrain. Not to mention, there were countless demonic beasts harassing him. Under the constant disturbance, it would be very difficult for his mind to remain calm. With Shui Lingling here, these small things were not a problem. They just needed to follow behind her. "Stop, there is a group of high-level demonic beasts flying over." Shui Lingling, who had been rushing ahead, suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder immediately enlarged, spreading its huge wings. Shui Lingling entered the wings and called Xiaoqian and the others to come in as well. Then, the profound sun bird's wings quickly closed, covering them tightly. Every single feather on the profound sun bird's body burst into flames, turning its entire body into a green fireball. Sizzling sounds came from the air. The flames on the profound sun bird seemed to have a strong suppressive effect on the aura of the savage battlefield. Under the burning of the profound yang true fire, the turbid and unpleasant-smelling air was unexpectedly purified into a large area of fresh and clean air. When the high-ranked demonic beasts in the sky saw the clump of flames on the ground, they all felt a natural fear and quickly avoided it. After a long time, the profound sun bird retracted its wings and shrank back to its original size, landing on Shui Lingling's shoulder. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 flying demonic beasts in the sky ahead, slowly vanishing from sight. Hu Hai said with some fear on his face, "Those are flying demonic eagles, rank 8 demonic beasts. There are actually more than 100 of them. If they discover us, the consequences will be dire." Shui Lingling corrected Hu Hai, "Those are not ordinary flying demonic eagles. They are mutated flying demonic eagles. Their feathers and bones have all crystallized, and they are extremely horrifying. They are the most difficult demonic beasts to deal with in the bloody ground wasteland." Fortunately, there was no mishap. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued forward. After 1 hour, they arrived at a crack in the bloody ground wasteland. After making many turns and turns in the dark underground, they finally arrived at an inferior-grade blood crystal origin. Unfortunately, aside from a pile of twin-headed demonic blood wolf corpses, there was nothing else on the ground. The ground was full of potholes, and the inferior-grade blood crystals had all been picked clean. However, there was nothing to be found. Clearly, someone had arrived first. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and left without saying a word. After that, they searched for a few more inferior-grade blood crystal origins. However, without exception, someone else had arrived before them. Strange, Bai Wuxia and the others would not be so ruthless. Furthermore, inferior-grade blood crystals are not worth them doing this. "It looks like loose cultivators sneaked in ahead of us," Shui Lingling said softly. Shui Lingling said softly. After thinking for a while, she immediately made a decision. "Ordinary blood crystals are useless to me. However, they are very useful to you. Since we are passing through the bloody ground wasteland, we should take some blood crystals with us." 6 hours later, Shui Lingling led the group to a crack in the depths of the bloody ground wasteland. The scarlet crack burst open, and liquid flowed out of the soil on both sides. It looked like blood, looking very strange. This is a medial-grade blood crystal origin. The guardian beasts here are even stronger. Regular loose cultivators would not dare to take risks here. Be careful. When the group heard this, they raised their guard, not daring to relax. The scarlet liquid flowed down the sides of the crack, giving off a heavy stench. As Xiao Qin and the others slowly descended, they experienced a long ordeal. This crack truly lived up to its name as the path to a medial-grade blood crystal origin. Compared to the previous times, it took them several times longer to descend. Only then did the group find their footing stable. The front was pitch black. Shui Lingling sent out a floating clump of light, illuminating the surroundings and guiding the group. After a few steps, the group discovered the remains of several demonic beast corpses. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and continued to lead the way without saying a word. At the end of the path, a cave appeared before the group's eyes. Shui Lingling extinguished the clump of light and took out the purple bow on her back. When the people behind him saw this scene, they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. They looked very nervous. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen and the others could sense a few strong auras hiding in the cave. However, to their surprise, the group entered the cave smoothly and did not suffer any attacks. TSK, another group of people came. "Gu Mu, you old fogey, Are you still thinking of monopolizing the medial grade blood crystals here? A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The group looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man wore black robes and had withdrawn his aura. He hid in a crack in the cave. If he had not spoken, no one would have discovered him. There was a red mound about a kilometer in front of the cave. It gave off an alluring red light in the dark night. This was the medial grade blood crystal source that the middle-aged man mentioned. The eyes of Hu Hai and the others lit up. However, when they looked carefully, they saw a four-headed demonic blood wolf crouching beside the red mound. The wolf lay on the ground, and its four heads' eyes were all tightly shut. It was in a deep sleep. However, even in its sleep, the aura that the four-headed demonic blood wolf gave off still inspired fear in everyone, not daring to underestimate it. When the group looked carefully, they discovered a faint scarlet halo on the ground. This halo happened to surround the area within 500 meters of the blood crystal source. What a crafty four-headed demonic blood wolf. Even in its sleep, it did not forget to be vigilant. As long as it went past that halo, it would probably startle awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolf was, it was only a medial grade rank 8 demonic beast. A half-sage would have trouble dealing with it. With so many people working together, they could deal with it easily. Clearly, the four-headed demonic blood wolf was not the problem now. The girl with the bow, you can stay. The rest of you can scram. Another voice came from above the cave. When the group looked up, they discovered a skinny old man standing upside down above the cave. This old man looked like he had taken root on an old tree. As he stood there, he looked extremely strange. This was probably the Gu Mu that the middle-aged man mentioned. This person had a deep aura and a horrifying cultivation, no weaker than Shui Lingling's. Originally, he wanted to monopolize this medial grade blood crystal source. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man interfered. Now that another group of people had arrived, naturally, the middle-aged man was even more displeased. While this blood crystal source looked like a lot, the yield of medial grade blood crystals was too low. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Furthermore, the middle-aged man's initial plan was not to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Gu Mu, I feel that you and I can work together. Not only can we split this raw ore, but these people will also not have to leave this place. This person looked rather kind-hearted. However, his thoughts were even more sinister than Gu Mu's. Gu Mu was somewhat stunned. Then, he smiled strangely and said, "Ha ha. I did not expect that. That is a pretty good idea." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "In that case, feel free to make a move and see who it is. There is no need to leave this place." As Xiao Chen spoke, she pointed her heavy purple bow at the middle-aged man. A sharp killing intent pierced through the air, staring at the middle-aged man like a venomous snake in the dark. The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart for some reason. He circulated his quintessence and negated this killing intent. He said coldly, "Little girl, do you really dare to make a move? Gu Mu and I are people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. When we came out, you were not even born yet." Gu Mu said indifferently, "It looks like after 10 odd years, the little fellows of the Tianwu domain have all forgotten about our past deeds." Hu Hai, Chen Xiao, and Jun Xi's palms turned sweaty. They felt somewhat nervous. Unexpectedly, they ran into such powerful loose cultivators the moment they arrived in the savage battlefield. 2 people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking had appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they did not care about the 9 ranks of the great families, wanting to kill and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered around, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Be it the Taiji Yin Yang flame diagram, the golden savage ox sculpture, or the 3 blue dragon images, he would be able to protect himself before a half-sage. Even if he could not defeat them and wanted to flee, he would still be able to do so easily. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the other entrance at the back of the cave. It was pitch black there, his spiritual sense could not penetrate it, let alone his vision. However, Xiao Chen could clearly hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from that direction. Chapter 700. Shui Lingling did not have the slightest bit of fear when facing 2 rogue cultivators who were ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. Under the illumination of the red light that occasionally flashed in the darkness, Shui Lingling's peerless face looked cold and fearless. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could not figure out what was going on and did not dare to act rashly. This was especially so for the bow in Shui Lingling's hand. It seemed to be a holy weapon passed down from the immortal epoch. Gu Mu, why are you hesitating? Riches come from danger. Such a fat sheep delivering itself to you is rare. If you take that purple bow to the black market, you will definitely be able to sell it for heaven ranked. It will be even more valuable than these blood crystals. The middle-aged man sent a voice projection to Gu Mu. Gu Mu stood upside down in the air and smiled coldly. In that case, you can go first. After this, I will only get 40%. You can get 60%. This old fellow is still as crafty as ever, the middle-aged man muttered. Finally, he steeled himself and said, I will count to 3. Everyone, attack together. No problem. The dark cave fell strangely silent. The air seemed to freeze, a huge battle could break out at any moment. Hu Hai and the others felt that something was wrong. They all raised their guard to the highest, tightly grasping their weapons. Dong! 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 Just as the 2 counted to 3 and were about to attack, clear footsteps came from the cave behind them. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man quickly stopped their attacks. They were old and cunning, they did not want others to take advantage of them. The moment this group of people appeared, Xiao Chen noticed them. The leader was a young man in blue robes. He had a handsome face and held a folding fan in his hand, looking very scholarly. Behind this young man were 4 beautiful maidservants, each with their own merits. These 4 girls looked like they had pretty good cultivations, similar to Hu Hai and the others. Seeing this person's appearance, Chen Xiao and the others were somewhat astonished. Clearly, this person had a great background. Jun Si said softly, the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Murong Lingfeng was the scion of the rank 9 Murong clan. In the Tianwu domain, he was as famous as Shui Lingling, one of the 7 giants. Because Murong Lingfeng showed affection everywhere and managed to court several famous beauties of the Tianwu domain, he was given the title of the passionate young master. In the eyes of men, he was definitely the most unwelcome type of person. Not only had this guy managed to woo the goddess in other people's hearts, but he had also managed to woo her. Not only had he managed to court the goddesses of others, but he had also let them go. No one knew who his next target would be. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They were both shocked. To think that such a young half-sage had appeared. It looked like their plan of monopolizing the medial-grade blood crystal raw ore was no longer feasible. Murong Lingfeng waved his hand, and the 4 maidservants behind him stopped in their tracks, not going near the red halo on the ground. Ling, he said softly, Murong Lingfeng, Xiao Yun, Murong Mountain Sect Feng, Demon behind. Demon Feng not. Spirit Sun, Demon Lingfeng, Demon Chin, Dragon. Otherwise, if more people come, we'll only get less and less. Naturally, Shui Lingling did not object. She was not like the loose cultivators who lacked resources and needed to use blood crystals to exchange. She only needed to give Xiao Qin and the others a few blood crystals each. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man thought for a long time before saying, deal. Good. In that case, let's kill these four-headed demonic blood wolves together. Xiao. 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 Suddenly, four beams of light lit up the dark cave, illuminating it. The strong energy fluctuation startled the sleeping demonic blood wolves awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolves were, they would only be able to see this world for the last time when facing four half-sages. Gumu turned around and used his quintessence to imitate tree branches. Then, he instantly wrapped them around a wolf head and infused his strong wood-attributed quintessence into the wolf head. Bang! The wolf head burst open, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged man sent out a skull imprint, and a baleful aura spread out. Then, another wolf head burst open. Murong Lingfeng waved his folding fan, and a sharp, fan-shaped quintessence moved like a crescent moon, chopping off a wolf head at the neck. Shui Lingling was even more relaxed. She gently pulled the bowstring, and a red light flashed. Then, a wolf head burst open. Scarlet light shone everywhere. With the four half-sages attacking at the same time, the four-headed demonic blood wolves did not have any chance to resist and died on the spot. When the group landed before the blood crystal raw ore, Gumu said excitedly, "All right, it is time to split the blood crystals." As agreed, the four of us will split it equally. I'll go first. The middle-aged man also revealed a relaxed expression. He was just waiting to split the medial-grade blood crystals. Boom! However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng did not hesitate to attack at the same time, launching sharp attacks at the other two. Murong Lingfeng gently waved his folding fan, and his figure flashed as he charged at the middle-aged man. Shui Lingling held her bow, and a sharp blade shot out from each end of the bow. Then, she charged at Gumu. The expressions of Gumu and the middle-aged man changed drastically. They had not expected two juniors to abandon them after crossing the river, falling out with them on the spot. Bang! 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 In the spacious cave, there was a burst of intense energy fluctuations. Powerful true essence rippled outwards, causing the ground beneath their feet to constantly tremble. It was not convenient for the others to interfere in a battle between half-sages. They all retreated to the side. However, they all tightly grasped their weapons, prepared to help at any time. Gumu had a deep wood-attributed quintessence. With a wave of his hand, he could produce all sorts of trees. As the trees grew, many branches appeared. If one got careless and got caught by the branches, the wood-attributed quintessence would seep into one's body, making it very difficult to deal with. Shui Lingling held her bow and executed a strange martial technique. The purple bow was very nimble in her hands. The sharp blades on both ends of the bow easily chopped the branches flying at her. They could not get close to her at all. Gumu attacked several times, but he could not do anything to Shui Lingling. Instead, she pushed him forward, forcing him back step by step. Gumu said angrily, "Two little fellows, are you tired of living? Do you think that after not coming out for 10-odd years, you can be so arrogant?" On the other side, the middle-aged man's situation was not much better than Gumu's. Murong Lingfeng's movement technique was ethereal. As he opened and closed his folding fan, he sent out crescent moon-shaped quintessence. He shattered all the skull seals that the middle-aged man sent out. The formless attacks, combined with Murong Lingfeng's movement technique that moved like the wind, forced the middle-aged man into a corner. "Two little brats, don't push us too far. When we came out, you were not even born yet," the middle-aged man scolded angrily. However, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng just smiled and did not say anything, simply ignoring him. The two old men on the evil cultivator ranking did not understand the situation before them at all. After not coming out for several decades, they thought that the Tianwu domain was the same as before. They did not even think about it. After 10-odd years, who would still care about them? Now, the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were in the limelight. Every one of them was an outstanding genius, a cultivator with great boldness and great accomplishments. They became famous at a young age. Then, they stood on the proud Son of Heaven ranking, remaining there for 10 years, killing countless loose cultivators. Gumu ranked 49th on the evil cultivator ranking, and the middle-aged man ranked 50th. With such high rankings, killing them in Bushan Palace would be a great boon. Loose cultivators committed all sorts of evil. The people ranked so highly on the evil cultivator ranking could not be good people. So killing them was not a big deal. If one ran into these 2 loose cultivators alone, one might not make a move. After all, it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. However, in a one-on-one fight, there was nothing to hesitate about. These were the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Their strength already surpassed that of many of the older generation cultivators. There was nothing to fear. No matter how Gumu and the middle-aged man cursed, how dissatisfied they were, or how much they struggled, they did not care. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng remained silent. They dealt with every move, suppressing the 2, not giving them any opportunities. When Hu Hai and the others saw this scene, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, the top 50 loose cultivators of the evil cultivator ranking were beaten into such a sorry state. Ka Xie. The middle-aged man was slightly weaker than Gumu. He could not hold on any longer, and the passionate young master chopped off his left arm with his folding fan. His left arm was directly chopped off. Blood flowed like a fountain, and he howled in pain. Gumu's expression changed slightly. If the middle-aged man died, he would not be able to survive the pincer attack of the 2. Hence, he thought of retreating. Withered tree reviving spring. The withered old man roared and used his trump card. His lethargic body suddenly bloomed with an extremely vigorous life force. His aura also rose steadily as the true energy in his body dispersed, causing ripples to erupt in the air, forming an earth-shaking whistling sound. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. His strength increased by about 30%. The withered old man already had the strength of a half-step sage. Suddenly, his strength increased by another 30%. One could well imagine his battle prowess. When he sent out a palm strike, Shui Lingling, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Gumu took advantage of this opportunity and quickly dodged. Then, his cursing voice resounded, "Little girl, this old man will repay today's grudge tenfold in the future." A heaven-defying martial technique like withered tree coming to life had strong side effects. If one did not immediately consume a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase one's qi and blood, the cultivator would lose their life force. Gumu did not have much lifespan left in the first place. With such a loss, unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he would not have many years left. Gumu's hatred for Shui Lingling was easy to imagine. Scram! When Hu Hai and the others saw Gumu's strength soar and rage, their expressions changed, and they quickly moved to the side. A full-powered strike from a half-sage could severely injure them. Now that Gumu's strength had soared, how could they dare to block him? Gumu's figure flashed as he headed for the cave entrance at lightning speed. Once he got out, he would be able to escape. Gumu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he arrived at the cave entrance, he discovered that at some point in time, the white-robed Xiaoqin had blocked the entrance, looking at him expressionlessly. "You are seeking death." Seeing that a mere medial-grade martial monarch dared to block him, Gumu threw a palm strike. Paw! Paw! The palm wind gave off a thunderous explosion. The vast wood-attributed quintessence caused a strong wind to blow. It was like a majestic old tree furiously pulling out its branches, trying to tear Xiaoqin in half. Chapter 701. Seeing this palm wind, which could split a small mountain in half, about to strike him, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. All his vital qi surged like a surging river. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged and burned. Now that the firmament body tempering art had reached the 7th layer, Xiao Chen's physical body was already comparable to a sage body, giving off a strong life force. The acupoints on Xiao Chen's arms burst open. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. As he crossed his arms, the roars of a dragon and a tiger rang out endlessly, forming the stance of a crouching tiger-hidden dragon. Bang! A surging energy came from Xiao Chen's arms, causing his internal organs to churn. His qi and blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, not moving at all, blocking Gu Mu's attack. When Gu Mu discovered that not only did his palm strike fail to kill Xiao Chen, but it also failed to push him back, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiao Chen was a medial-grade martial monarch. How could he be qualified to resist him? Damn it! After his first attack failed, Gu Mu immediately sent out another palm strike. This time, he used 120% of his quintessence. If Xiao Chen did not retreat, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Xiao! However, Gu Mu no longer had a chance to send out this palm strike. For the first time, Shui Lingling, who was in the depths of the cave, drew the purple bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon. A green profound sun true flame burned on the arrow. She gently released it, and the flaming arrow streaked across the dark cave like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. They could only vaguely see a beam of light flash by before disappearing. Bang! Gu Mu's skinny head suddenly exploded into a clump of fire. Then, he turned into a headless corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Jun Si and the others rushed over. When they saw Xiao Chen bleeding from his lips, they asked out of concern, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen's sage body was almost complete. As long as he was not severely injured, he would recover very quickly. At this moment, he was already more than halfway healed. He smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing serious. When the others saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't figure out why Xiao Chen only suffered such a minor injury after receiving Gu Mu's palm strike. Shui Lingling carried her purple bow on her back and leisurely walked over. She was not surprised that Xiao Chen was able to block Gu Mu. On the other side, the amorous young master waved his folding fan and beheaded the middle-aged man. Now that the two of them were dead, the blood crystal mine would be split in half. After Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling killed two experts ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking, their expressions were calm. There was not the slightest hint of complacency. It was as if they had done something extremely ordinary. "Shui Lingling, I haven't seen you for a year, and your skills have become even better." Gently fanning himself, Murong Lingfeng, dressed in blue, fully displayed his scholarly aura. Then, he sized up Shui Lingling. Murong Lingfeng did not hide the desire in his heart, adding a sinister air to his scholarly aura, an aura that could bewitch young girls. Unfortunately, Shui Lingling was not interested in this. She did not purposely show any dislike or any intention of getting close to him. She said calmly, "Now that the problem is dealt with, Murong Lingfeng, how do you think we should split the medial-grade blood crystal mine?" Murong Lingfeng was rather open-minded about this. In the Tianwu domain, there were only two women that could make him fail. Shui Lingling was one of them. Murong Lingfeng could not take down this girl, so he had long since lost interest in her. He only felt admiration for her. "Let's split it according to the number of people. You and I do not need medial-grade blood crystals. You have 5 people on your side, and I have 4. How about a 9th each?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the medial-grade blood crystal mine was mined, the group obtained close to 500 medial-grade blood crystals. Xiaoqin received more than 50. The people who obtained the medial-grade blood crystals all revealed smiles. Each medial-grade blood crystal was worth more than 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to obtaining 6 or 7 million superior-grade spirit stones in just a short while. However, no one was foolish enough to exchange medial-grade blood crystals for spirit stones. Using medial-grade blood crystals to strengthen and stabilize one's mental energy was the right way to go. As for spirit stones, there were many other ways to obtain them. Before leaving, Murong Lingfeng invited Shui Lingling. I received news from my sect that another true dragon cave was exposed in the dragon burial mound. How about we work together to explore it? Ancient true dragons were buried in true dragon caves. Aside from the true dragon skeletons and other precious spirit treasures, there would normally be many rare spirit herbs and ores around the true dragon cave. These ores and spirit herbs were worth cities and held a fatal attraction to half-sages. Shui Lingling knew about this as well. The herbs that the inner sect's first elder wanted her to pick were all around the true dragon cave. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I still have to help my junior brothers search for their fortuitous encounters." Murong Lingfeng performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Very well, then. I'll take my leave first." As one of the 7 giants, Murong Lingfeng did not put on any airs. Before he left, aside from saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, he also nodded to Xiaoqin and the others. He could be considered a truly carefree person. After leaving this place, Shui Lingling intended to go to the superior-grade blood crystal mine to try her luck. However, she found nothing. Superior-grade blood crystals took too long to form. After they were all mined, it would take decades or even centuries to recover. As Xiaoqin followed behind the others, he was still pondering the palm strike he received from Gu Mu. Xiaoqin had taken the risk to receive that palm strike because he wanted to test how strong his physical body was. He wanted to know the consequences of receiving a full-powered strike from a half-sage expert. The answer he obtained did not satisfy Xiaoqin. Compared to a sage body, his physical body was still somewhat lacking. Xiaoqin needed to strengthen his defense, and his qi and blood were insufficient. He could not recover from his injuries quickly. Barely receiving a palm strike was not much of a problem. However, if the other party did not give him time to react and sent another palm strike, he would not have a good time. No, I have to be able to receive at least 3 moves from a half-sage's full-powered strike. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in cultivation, I can only run against a half-sage. I would not even have a 10% chance of victory. Xiaoqin thought to himself, setting a clear goal for himself. When Bai Wuxia saw Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling's true strength, the sense of danger he felt became even more intense. The strength of the 7 giants was not that far apart. Bai Wuxia's strength was definitely not weaker than these 2. They could even kill a famous half-sage loose cultivator without hesitation. It was easy to imagine how lowly Xiaoqin was in their eyes. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield's periphery had already weakened. Several groups of sect cultivators could already be seen in the vast bloody ground wasteland. These people were filled with anticipation as they searched for blood crystal raw ores. Some people accidentally found some scattered inferior-grade blood crystals and were wild with joy. When Xiaoqin and the others thought about the 50-odd medial-grade blood crystals in their hands, they sighed. With someone like Shui Lingling leading them, they were much luckier than others. In the bloody ground wasteland, only blood crystals were valuable. The other natural treasures were inferior. Shui Lingling could not find any superior-grade blood crystals, so she did not waste any more time here. After passing through the long bloody ground wasteland, the scene in front of the group finally changed. A pitch-black swamp appeared before them. Many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the swamp, hesitating to advance. They all cursed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingling said, "In front is the death swamp. The swamp is divided into the periphery and the inner area. Many demonic pythons reside in the periphery. The inner area is the true death swamp. When martial emperors died, their mental energy turned into departed spirits." Hu Hai thought for a while and said, "I heard that there are many strange fruits in Python Swamp. There is an earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. An earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When he looked at the death swamp, which was filled with poisonous gas and dirty water, he could not help but feel excited. Although the group had not been to the savage battlefield before, they clearly had some understanding of some of the forbidden lands there. Chen Xiao continued, "After we pass Python Swamp and enter the true death swamp, we can exchange moves with the departed spirits of martial emperors. If we are lucky and do not die, our martial techniques will improve greatly." Shui Lingling revealed a faint smile on her elegant and refined face. Her red lips parted as she said, "You are right. However, the strange fruits all have strong venomous pythons guarding them. The death swamp is even more dangerous. If you meet the departed spirits of martial emperors above 3-star, you will not have any chance of surviving." Xiao Chen looked at the crowd and frowned. "It seems like something is blocking the entrance. These people are not in a rush to enter. Any cultivator would be tempted by a strange fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. They would not wait outside for no reason. Let's go over and take a look." When the group got close, they finally understood what was going on. Surging black miasma spread outside Python Swamp. Not only did it contain a strong poison, but it also blocked the vision of cultivators, preventing them from seeing the dirty water under their feet. There was only a path in the middle that someone had opened. The miasma was thin, and it provided a wide field of vision. This was the only entrance. However, at this moment, for some reason, a 600-meter-long venomous black snake as thick as a bathtub coiled around this only entrance. Its body was covered in black scales. A 7-centimeter-long black horn protruded from the middle of its head. Its body coiled up like a small hill, completely blocking the group's path. That bastard! Shimen Bao is too much of a bastard. He lured over such a huge python and blocked us all here. That bastard snatched a 200-year-old earth essence fruit for himself and dumped all the trouble on us. The cultivators blocking the entrance all showed rage on their faces. However, no one dared to take the lead against this huge creature. They could only curse in their hearts. The Shimen clan was one of the ranked 9 clans of the Tianwu domain. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. They had deep accumulations and strong strength, comparable to Murong Lingfeng's clan. However, Shimen Bao was slightly weaker than Murong Lingfeng. He was not ranked among the 7 giants, but he was an expert second only to them, on the same level as Feng Xingxing. Chapter 702. When Hu Hai and the others heard that this 300-meter-long python was lured over by Shimen Bao, they did not reveal any surprised expressions. This person was arrogant and despotic. Relying on his clan status, he acted fearless outside and often did things that harmed others to benefit himself. His great-grandfather was as strong as Emperor Wu. Even if he went overboard, the older generation experts would not dare to kill him. They could only teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he angered Emperor Wu, the consequences would be dire. When Shui Lingling saw the 300-meter-long venomous snake, joy flashed in her eyes. She muttered, "A 300-year-old black-horned venomous snake. Its venomous horn is worth cities. Ha ha ha. A 300-year-old venomous horn. This old man is really lucky. I just arrived here, and I already obtained such a treasure. My poison attacks will improve further." Just as Shui Lingling prepared to kill the snake, loud laughter came from behind. A black figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a black beam of light. That beam of light crossed the distance of a few kilometers in a few breaths, heading straight for the black-horned venomous snake. Huang Qianren, the 31st ranked loose cultivator of the evil cultivator gang. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. When the others saw Huang Qianren's appearance, they all paled in fright and retreated, afraid that this person would target them and kill them. Huang Qianren was dressed in black, and his figure was scarily skinny. His eyes were sunken in, and black lines formed by poison circled them. This made his skinny face look exceptionally horrifying. This person was good at using poison and was infamous in the Tianwu domain. He had once poisoned 100,000 people to death in a city, not even sparing women or children. Huang Qianren's poison techniques were unfathomable. Several half-sages with stronger cultivations did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if they killed him, they would not be able to escape death after being poisoned. It would be easy for both sides to suffer. As a result, Huang Qianren was still active in the Tianwu domain, committing all sorts of crimes and inspiring fear in others. When such a ruthless person arrived, the cultivators stuck outside felt horrified. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With Huang Qianren here, the 300-meter-long venomous snake blocking the entrance could finally be eliminated. As Shui Lingling watched Huang Qianren make his move, she entered deep thought. However, in the end, she gave up. She didn't practice poison techniques, and she didn't have any friends who did. There was no need to fight with Huang Qianren just to collect a poisonous horn, especially when there were so many people present. Pu. Just as Huang Qianren was about to reach the entrance, a long whip made of lightning tore through the air and attacked him with a thunderous sound. The lightning whip was like a wriggling venomous snake. The electric light was dazzling, illuminating the dark space. The dust floating in the air was all blasted into smithereens by the static electricity, forming balls of powder that were blown away by the wind, causing the air in that area to be especially pure. As soon as the lightning whip appeared, Huang Qianren's hair stood on end. The black streak of light that had been rapidly streaking through the air was forced to come to a stop. It condensed quintessential essence to protect its body and then shot out a palm to block the sharp whip. Bang! The palm wind formed by quintessential essence clashed with the lightning whip. A loud sound rang out in the air, and electricity exploded, giving off a dazzling light. As soon as the lightning whip dissipated, another lightning whip immediately formed and attacked. There were countless whip shadows, and they were continuous, bursting with terrifying power. As the electric light exploded, it forced Huang Qianren, who was flying over, back. The cultivators outside all looked to the side curiously. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could force Huang Qianren back. The newcomer was handsome and wore long robes with lightning patterns. He held a purple whip in his hand and flew across the ground, leaving behind afterimages. As he held the whip in his right hand, he brandished it in the air. As the whip lashed the air, it gave off thunderous sounds. Under the control of the whip, the lightning attributed spiritual energy in the air took shape, allowing it to attack Huang Qianren from a kilometer away. The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Xianxia. So, it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, the originally curious cultivators all revealed expressions that should have been expected. The Thunder and Lightning Palace was one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the 23 eastern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Its top true inheritor was in Xianxia, one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Of the 7 giants, Xianxia was the first to become famous. He was also the oldest, already 30 years old. Rumor had it that he was the strongest of the 7 giants. 4 years ago, Xianxia fought with Feng Wuji, the first ranker of the proud son of heaven ranking. After exchanging 1,000 moves, he finally lost. Feng Wuji was the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He frequently occupied the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking, glistening with golden light and resplendent starlight. Feng Wuji had already left to travel the various outer regions. However, no one could surpass the legend he left behind. Everyone could only look up to him. Even the other two holy scions were suppressed by him. Within the same generation, aside from the other two holy scions, and Xianxia was the only outstanding talent who could exchange more than 1,000 moves with Feng Wuji. And Xianxia's strength went without saying. Being able to knock back Huang Qianren from a distance was completely within reason. After all, in terms of quintessence, Huang Qianren was not particularly strong. As in Xianxia flew, he did not stop moving. When he arrived at the entrance, he glanced at the black horn on the 300-meter-long venomous python's head and attacked at lightning speed. The long whip gave off countless sparks. Xiao! It wrapped around the venomous black horn. And Xianxia's expression turned cold as he pulled with his right hand. An intense electric light burst out of the black horn venomous snake's head, and blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, and Xianxia forcibly pulled that venomous black horn out of the 300-meter-long snake's body. The black horn venomous snake let out a low, miserable shriek. And Xianxia's figure flashed, not pausing for even a moment. He turned around and flew over the entrance. Then, he casually put away the venomous horn with his left hand. The mound-sized venomous snake soared into the air, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Compared to its huge body, it looked very uncoordinated. The terrifying mouth opened wide and bit at Xianxia. If he was bitten, he would die on the spot. There was no other ending. Who would have imagined that Xianxia would not even look at Xiaoqin? Instead, he lashed out with his whip. A dazzling electric light burst forth from the whip. Paw! When the whip struck the venomous snake, the huge body of the blackhorn venomous snake immediately trembled violently in the air. He was whipped into the air and spun around before falling heavily onto the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere like raindrops. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Huang Qianren, who had just dispersed the two lightning whips, watched as the treasure he wanted was taken away. Roaring angrily, he charged forward in hot pursuit. The 300-meter-long venomous snake on the ground had just suffered a heavy blow. When it saw that someone else was about to charge forward, it immediately stopped. The huge tail swept through the air, carrying with it a million gene of force, wanting to smash Huang Qianren into a meat patty. Get lost! Huang Qianren's heart was burning with anxiety. He let out a furious roar and took off his glove. Then, he swung his smoky palm forward and pressed it against the giant tail. Chee! The scales on the 300-meter-long snake's skin quickly corroded away, revealing a bull-sized bloody hole. The snake felt intense pain as it pulled back its tail and thrashed about on the ground. The lightning-fast battle happened in merely a few breaths of time. However, the various scenes were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, unable to be erased. Be it in Xianxia's backhand whip, which overturned the 300-meter-long snake, or Huang Qianren's palm, which corroded a bull-sized bloody hole, they left a deep impression on everyone. Both of them left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was shocked by the two's terrifying strength. Xiaoqin entered deep thought as he looked in the direction that Xianxia left in. He felt extremely shocked in his heart as well. This was the first time Xiaoqin saw such horrifying lightning-attributed quintessence among those of the same generation. Furthermore, Xianxia executed it to perfection. The lightning-attributed quintessence in the air seemed to have become a part of his body. The Kunlun realm truly produced many geniuses, countless heroes. Just the Tianwu domain alone had so many outstanding talents. What kind of scenery did the other four outer domains have? Outside the Azure Sky Pavilion, there was a mountain higher than the one before. After the 300-meter-long snake was injured, it no longer posed much of a threat. The remaining cultivators quickly beat it up while it was down. Soon, they surrounded it and beat it to death. Then, at an even faster speed, Xiaoqin cleanly cut off all the valuable materials in the body of the 300-meter-long python. Let's go. We should go in as well. After everyone left, Shui Lingling called out and led the 5 to the entrance. After a while, a vast swamp appeared before their eyes. Black poison gas lingered in the air, not scattering for a long time. Dirty water covered the ground, there was barely any flat land. Several places were even covered in water. When looking into the distance, they occasionally saw venomous snakes peeking out of the swamp. Shui Lingling took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to the group. She said, "These are rank 8 detoxification pills. Keep one in your mouth. When the poison gas accumulates in your body to a certain level, it will erupt with a terrifying toxicity." After that, Shui Lingling took out a bright red fruit with an overwhelming fragrance. She explained, "There are many kinds of strange fruits here, but most of them are poisonous. Do not casually consume them. This is the earth essence fruit you are looking for. Make sure you do not mistake it." The group held the earth essence fruit in their hands and checked it one by one before handing it to Shui Lingling. "In that case, let's split up for now. Go search for the earth essence fruit on your own. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. If there is any danger, remember to sound the sex alarm, and I will rush over immediately." Shui Lingling explained the things they needed to take note of in Python Swamp before sending them off. After all, they were searching for fortuitous encounters. They could not always let Shui Lingling lead them. That way, there would be no point in going on an adventure. Xiao Qin was the last to leave. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. She tossed him a spatial ring and said, "This is Gu Mu's treasure. It's for you." Seeing Xiao Qin hesitate, Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I cannot let you suffer that palm strike for nothing. Furthermore, his corpse is even more valuable than this spatial ring." At that time, Xiao Qin had not thought too much about it. He had only wanted to test the resistance of his physical body. He had not expected to gain such a harvest. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and thanked Shui Lingling before leaving. Ao Jiao, who was anxiously nurturing the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring, smiled meaningfully and said, "Trashy master, your first senior sister seems to be pretty good to you." Chapter 703. Flabbergasted, Xiao Qin said, "Stop talking nonsense. Is the netherworld flower about to ripen?" Having seen too many ruthless people, Xiao Qin felt that his trump cards were not enough. Now, he was even more anxious to raise the combat prowess of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Ao Jiao's nimble fingers moved quickly in the rain of light. She said in a bad mood, "What's the rush? If you keep rushing me, I'll crush this broken flower." Naturally, Xiao Qin did not believe that Ao Jiao would really do that. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't rush you. Just tell me how much longer it will take." 3 days at most. Ka Xie. Saber lights flashed, and blood splattered. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Qin killed a venomous python that was more than 70 centimeters long. After extracting the demonic core, Xiao Qin did not spend any more time on the venomous python's corpse. The corpse of a venomous python that was not more than 200 years old was not very valuable. Xiao Qin circulated his vital qi and kicked the venomous python's corpse aside. A red spirit fruit appeared before Xiao Qin. He bent down and gently picked the spirit fruit. When he looked at it carefully, he saw a few golden spots on the black leaves. Xiao Qin could not help but feel slightly disappointed. This fruit was called the metal essence fruit. It was a nice name, but unfortunately, it was a poisonous fruit. To those who cultivated poison techniques or refined poisons, it was very valuable. An ordinary metal essence fruit could sell for 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, aside from that, Xiao Qin did not have any other use for it. The metal essence fruit looked very similar to the earth essence fruit. It was very hard to tell them apart. Unless it was an older earth essence fruit, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, there was no need to distinguish it. The rest had to be personally inspected. After leaving Shui Lingling, Xiaoqin used his spiritual sense to find 10 fruits. All of them were metal essence fruits. His luck was extremely bad. There is a similar fruit 5 kilometers to the north. I hope it is not a metal essence fruit this time. Using his spiritual sense, Xiaoqin was much more efficient than the other cultivators who relied on their perception and vision to find the earth essence fruit. Logically speaking, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, Xiaoqian's harvest should be far greater than the others. The tip of Xiaoqian's feet gently pushed off the wet water surface. His body moved like a leaf as he drifted forward. The pitfalls in the swamp did not affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Xiaoqin arrived before his destination. Only, the situation this time was slightly difficult. There were actually 2 blackhorn venomous pythons that were almost 800 meters long here. Looks like there's a lot of hope. Xiaoqin smiled. He did not retreat because of the difficulty. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Chi. The 2 blackhorn venomous pythons discovered Xiaoqin from far away. Their huge bodies stuck to the swamp as they rapidly swam toward Xiaoqin, moving as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, the blackhorn venomous pythons arrived 500 meters away from Xiaoqin. They opened their huge mouths and spat out 2 streams of dense poison fog at Xiaoqin. Insignificant tricks. Xiaoqin circulated his vital qi, and his blood surged. He clenched his fists tightly, and when the force poured into his fists, they exploded. Bang! Bang! Out of nowhere, 2 strong gusts of wind formed and blew the poisonous fog away, diluting it to the point where it was no longer a threat. When the poison fog disappeared, the 2 venomous pythons charged over. They soared into the air and kicked up a large amount of mud. Then, their huge tails intertwined and swept at Xiaoqin. The huge tail contained a tyrannical power. Everywhere it passed, the air would buzz and the void would tremble. Xiaoqian's heart was as calm as a mirror. He drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand and slowly circulated the energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash, soaring dragon. Xiaoqian's figure did not move as he carefully observed. He simulated the trajectory of the 2 huge tails in his mind, as well as the subsequent changes and possible attacks. A strong wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the 2 huge tails would strike Xiaoqian's body. Hidden dragon in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not move, but when he does, the clouds in the 9 heavens will scatter, and he will soar into the sky. Dragon roars resounded endlessly. The might of the sound was vast and mighty. The blood in Xiaoqian's body surged. A dragon-shaped heat rose up from his dantian and rushed to the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then, it quickly filled his entire body. Xiaoqian's eyes were like torches as he looked at the 2 snake tails flying over. In Xiaoqian's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see all the tiny objects floating in the air. He could even feel the breathing and pulse of the world. With just one saber strike, he could merge with the world and easily chop the 200-meter-long venomous pythons into pieces. However, this wondrous feeling only lasted for an instant. Xiaoqin could not catch it. By the time he recovered his wits, he could no longer find it. I failed again. Xiaoqin shook his head slightly and continued to circulate his energy. Then, he took another step forward. Xiaoqin turned into a true dragon. When he took one step forward, a long, thin crack immediately appeared in the swamp. Bang! Dirty water and silt formed a curtain above the crack and shot out. Cassier! Cassier! The instant the curtain soared into the sky, it was incomparably sharp. The instant it soared into the sky, it chopped off the 2 entwined snake tails, causing a large scarlet light to fall. A resplendent purple saber light lit up, and Xiaoqin soared into the air, looking like a true dragon soaring into the sky. A dragon image flickered on the saber, merging with the saber. Auspicious clouds covered the sky as he soared into the 9 heavens. Under the ferocious saber light, the 2 black-horned venomous pythons were chopped in half and fell heavily to the ground. Looking from a distance, Xiaoqian's earlier actions looked like a dormant true dragon suddenly taking off and rushing into the clouds. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and looked at the corpses of the 2 black-horned venomous pythons on the ground. Then, he entered deep thought. Soaring Dragon was indeed very mighty. However, Xiaoqin could not grasp that wondrous feeling. At this moment, he had only brought out about 20% of Soaring Dragon's might. I'll take it slow. Perhaps only through experiential training between life and death can I truly find that feeling. Let's go and take a look at that mutated fruit first. He slowly drifted down, carrying a trace of anticipation as he headed for the mutated fruit with moving spiritual energy behind him. Strange, I clearly felt the energy fluctuation of a heaven-ranked martial technique earlier. Why did it suddenly disappear? 2 figures flew over from a distance. Their gazes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Since Xiaoqin used a heaven-ranked martial technique, there had to have been an intense battle. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. These 2 usually did such things. When they felt the fluctuation, they immediately flew over. The 2 wore gorgeous embroidered robes. One was tall, and the other was short. There was an eagle embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Tianwu Domain's Shimen clan. The tall youth looked around and discovered Xiaoqin. He quickly rushed over and asked sternly, "Brat, what happened here earlier? Tell us the truth." Xiaoqin was only a medial-grade martial monarch. The 2 did not think that he was the one who executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Relying on their advantage in cultivation, the 2 spoke rudely, overbearingly, and extremely arrogant. The Shimen clan was one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. Furthermore, the 2 had pretty good talent in cultivation, so they did have the capital to be arrogant. Xiaoqin was currently bending over to pick that mutated fruit. He ignored the questions of the 2 behind him and continued doing what he was doing. After picking the mutated fruit and inspecting it, Xiaoqin could not help but reveal a joyful smile. After failing 10 times, he finally obtained an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, this earth essence fruit was quite old, it was at least 100 years old. With Xiaoqin's cultivation, he could increase his cultivation by 10% after consuming it, saving him a few months. We are asking you a question. Are you mute? When the short youth saw that Xiaoqin ignored him, he immediately became angry. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch dared to put on airs with them. Xiaoqin did not panic. He placed the earth essence fruit in his universe ring and turned around. He said, "Everything is normal here. Nothing major happened." The tall youth was standing to the side. When he saw the earth essence fruit from the corner of his eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly, "Earth essence fruit. What did you put away earlier? Take it out and let us see." When the short youth heard the words, "Earth essence fruit," a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He could not help but take a step forward. He said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see. We brothers will purchase all sorts of mutated fruits at a high price." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The earth essence fruit appeared in his palm. An alluring spiritual energy spread out, and the turbid air became much fresher. An earth essence fruit with 100-year medicinal effect. The 2 Shimen clan cultivators did not bother to hide the greed in their eyes. They could not wait to snatch it from Xiaoqin's hands. So. Many figures flew over in the air. They looked around, doing the same thing as the two Shiman clan cultivators did earlier. They were cultivators in the vicinity. When they felt the fluctuations of a heaven-ranked martial technique, they quickly flew over. However, they were far behind the two Shiman clan cultivators. Soon, someone noticed this scene. However, no one was surprised. They only gave Xiaoqin sympathetic gazes. The Shiman clan cultivators were like Shiman Bao. They were all arrogant and despotic, looking down on others. Now that they saw the earth essence fruit, Xiaoqin could only blame himself for being unlucky. TSK. 100-year-old earth essence fruit. That is good stuff. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch managed to find it. So what? He ran into Shiman Yuan and Shiman Jian. He is just making things difficult for himself. Strange, how did this brat find the earth essence fruit? The venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit is not that easy to deal with. A peak expert probably passed by earlier and casually executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, killing the venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit and allowing him to take advantage of it. When the cultivators did not find the intense battle that they had expected, they were somewhat disappointed. However, there was a commotion to watch. It added some fun to the boring treasure hunt. Everyone watched interestedly, anticipating the expression of the white-robed cultivator after he spat out the earth essence fruit. The short youth, Shiman Jian, suppressed the greed in his eyes. He took another step forward and said extremely gravely, "Brat, you are in luck. This is a poisonous fruit, it is not worth a single cent. However, I cultivate a poison technique and need it. I will buy it for 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiaoqin looked calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you?" Shiman Jian did not mind. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sometimes, it is better to be stupid. If you are too serious, you will only suffer physical pain for nothing." Bang! A loud sound rang out. Right after Shiman Jian spoke, a blue dragon appeared under Xiaoqian's feet, which had been storing up energy for a long time, and carried him into the air. Chapter 704. The acupoints under Xiaoqian's feet burst open, and his figure flashed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he lashed out with his leg. The strong wind was like a saber, roaring like thunder. Amid the howling of the wind, Xiaoqian's leg landed on Shiman Jian's face. Bang! Shiman Jian flew back to the side. A huge force burst forth from Xiaoqian's foot, and his jaw cracked. Then, he vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. Xiaoqian's hands did not stop moving. He stood on the blue dragon image, and the acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiaoqian's figure flickered, and the dragon acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiaoqian's figure flickered as he burst forth with power at close range. No one could even see his afterimage. In an instant, he arrived at Shiman Jian's side. Xiaoqian stomped down again. His foot landed on Shiman Jian's chest, but it did not stop. Then, he continued stomping downwards. 600 tons of force surged out. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Several of Shiman Jian's internal organs were crushed under the pressure of the force. Shiman Jian cried out in pain as he sank deep into the mud. All sorts of dirty water and mud flowed into his mouth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, only 2 blinks of an eye had passed since Xiaoqian's attack. Shiman Jian, who was an early-stage superior-grade martial monarch, was beaten up by Xiaoqian to the point where he could not even be seen. From the moment Xiaoqian made up his mind to attack, he had not thought of giving his opponent a chance to react. Shiman Jian dared to get so close to him and neglected his defense. If he could not take him down after making the first move, Xiaoqian would not be able to forgive himself. The cultivators rushing over all felt their minds go blank, thinking that they were seeing things. On the other side, the tall youth, Shiman Yuan, showed a grave expression. He looked at Xiao Qin and said in a trembling voice, "Body-tempering cultivator. You are actually a body-tempering cultivator." The strength of a body-tempering cultivator could no longer be measured by cultivation. A medial-grade martial monarch with a horrifying force of 600 tons. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he made the first move, defeating a regular early-stage superior-grade martial monarch would be as easy as eating or drinking. To Xiao Chen, challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm would not pose any difficulty. These two people did not know what was good for them. Relying on the power of the Shimen clan, they wanted to target Xiao Qin. It could only be said that they kicked an iron plate. Just you wait. After you injure the Shimen clan's people, no one will be able to save you. The tall youth looked at Xiao Qin in horror. Then, without saying anything, he immediately ran. He fully displayed the Shimen clan's style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this person flee, Xiao Chen too, and did not give chase. Xiao Chen did chin. Xiao Chen had no, and had to take for Shimen Yuan's chens. Xiao Chen, too. Dong Chen to he, to Xiao to he too, and had he to. And had. Chen. Was. Chen's chen, and. Was. He too. To, Chen. If Xiao Chen fought with Shimen Yuan now, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of victory would not exceed 50%. Ignore him for now. My only goal now is to find enough earth essence fruits. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial monarch. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen immediately discovered another earth essence fruit. Xiao Chen glanced at Shimen Jian, who was floating in the air again. Then, he casually kicked him high into the air and ignored him. Who is this person? How dare he humiliate the Shimen clan's people like that? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. With a strong physical body and a medial-grade martial monarch cultivation, he should have appeared long ago. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. When Shimen Bao finds out, he will not have a good time. Indeed. If not for fear of Shimen Bao, he would not care about these Shimen clan cultivators, letting them do whatever they want. Xiao Chen dealt with Shimen Jian at lightning speed. Then, he tossed him away like he was kicking a piece of trash. It seemed like Xiao Chen did not care about the Shimen clan at all. Such a scene shocked the others. They did not know where Xiao Chen came from. On the other side, the tall youth, Shimen Yuan, feared that Xiao Chen would chase after him. After he ran for 5 kilometers, he heaved a sigh of relief and activated the Shimen clan's alarms. Soon, the Shimen clan's exploration team rushed over. 10 minutes later, they all gathered here. There was a total of 8 people with vast auras. They were all superior-grade martial monarchs. Among them, a square-faced cultivator about 30 years old had the highest cultivation. He was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, the same as the Haotian sect's Hu Hai. This person's name was Shimen Yi. He was Shimen Bao's cousin and held a high position in the team. He glanced at Shimen Yuan and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Aren't you in the same team as Shimen Jian? Where is he?" Shimen Yuan did not feel very confident. After all, he had been scared off and had not cared about Shimen Jian's life or death. This did not seem right. Shimen Ye's expression turned slightly angry. He shouted, "Speak." Shimen Yuan's cold shout contained a trace of might. Shimen Yuan's body trembled as he quickly explained everything in detail. Trash. After Shimen Yi heard everything, he immediately scolded angrily. I told you long ago that it is fine to snatch treasures. However, you cannot underestimate anyone in this savage battlefield. Given your cultivations, as long as you pay attention, even if you cannot defeat that brat, it will be easy for you to leave with dignity." Shimin Yuan did not dare to retort. He asked in a soft voice, "What should we do now?" Shimin Yi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't make a move for now. Cousin is currently practicing his martial technique in Death Swamp. I am not confident of stopping him alone. After you find him, just follow him from afar." "Great. We obtained another Earth Essence fruit." After Xiaoqin checked the mutated fruit, he revealed a joyful expression. The corpses of 2 venomous pythons lay at his feet. Their blood flowed like fountains into the swamp. After finding the first Earth Essence fruit, Xiaoqian's luck started to improve. He obtained Earth Essence fruits a few times in a row. He only made one mistake, finding a Metal Essence fruit. Slowly, Xiaoqian discovered a pattern. If there were more than 2 venomous pythons guarding it, it was very likely to be an Earth Essence fruit. Following this pattern and with the help of his strong spiritual sense, Xiaoqian reaped a gratifying harvest. Up until now, he had already obtained 20 Earth Essence fruits. However, with the lesson from earlier, Xiaoqian did not dare to casually execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. It would be too troublesome to attract the attention of a group of cultivators. Unfortunately, the 20 Earth Essence fruits were all about 100 years old. They could barely raise Xiaoqian's cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. After consuming a quintessence gathering pill, the exhaustion would be even greater. Xiaoqian needed to find Earth Essence fruits that were more than 100 years old, or even 200 or 300 years old. Only then could he truly push his cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiaoqian carefully put away the Earth Essence fruit in his hand and looked into the distance. He said, "It looks like I have to go to the depths of Venomous Snake Swamp. While it is safe outside, it will only be a small area." The air in the depths of Python Swamp was even more turbid. Poisonous gas permeated the air, making it even more peaceful than in the periphery. The cultivators searching for Earth Essence fruits here were clearly stronger. They were more or less as strong as Hu-Hai. There were fewer venomous pythons as well. However, each of them was 300 meters long. Aside from the black horn on their heads being longer than the one at the entrance, they were about the same size. Xiaoqian looked around and discovered several loose cultivators here as well. The moment he arrived, he sensed several gazes filled with malicious intent. Where did this brat come from? How dare he barge into this place? The loose cultivator closest to Xiaoqian was in a bad mood. He had just killed a 300-meter-long venomous python and obtained only one venomous fruit. When this loose cultivator saw Xiaoqian, he wanted to vent his frustration. Without saying a word, he charged at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's expression did not fluster. Loose cultivators always did as they pleased. They were strange and cruel. Without great strength, one would not be able to suppress them. Xiaoqian could make an example of this loose cultivator to prevent them from bothering him endlessly. Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber and executed burning to desolation with a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent and the immortal state of thunder. Shang! Shang! When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. A strong shock wave spread out into the surroundings. The loose cultivator who attacked had not expected Xiaoqian to be so strong. Although Xiaoqian's quintessence was not very vast, it was very dense. Furthermore, his saber intent had reached 60% comprehended, and his state of thunder had reached the limits. Furthermore, it contained the immortal attribute. Adding these two together with the tyrannical burning to desolation, the middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch loose cultivator flew back with blood leaking out of a corner of his mouth. After the loose cultivator landed, he looked at Xiaoqian in horror before turning to flee. How could Xiaoqian let the loose cultivator do as he wished? The blue dragon under his feet soared up and chased after the loose cultivator. Such a scene startled the surrounding loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin managed to force back a superior-grade martial monarch with one move. This fellow should be a genius cultivator. It is best not to offend him. The crowd's gazes scattered. No one cared about Xiaoqin anymore. As for that loose cultivator's life or death, it had nothing to do with them. The blue dragon image bared its fangs and brandished its claws, moving up and down as it carried Xiaoqin in hot pursuit. The black-robed loose cultivator in front complained bitterly in his heart. Originally, the loose cultivator had intended to kill someone to vent his anger. A medial-grade martial monarch should have been easy to deal with. In the end, he ended up kicking a steel plate. Blue dragon tail whip. The dragon raised its head and carried Xiaoqin in a long arc. A strong wind blew, and everywhere it passed, the dirty water and silt above the swamp shot out, forming a screen of water. The black-robed loose cultivator cursed angrily. His quintessence surged and shattered the dirty water and silt flying over into powder. Then, he charged at Xiaoqin. "Brat, don't push things too far. A life-and-death struggle will not do you any good," the black-robed loose cultivator said sullenly. When the weapons clashed, the black-robed loose cultivator flew back 100 meters. He revealed a ferocious look as a baleful aura spread out. Xiaoqin pointed his weapon at the other party. He smiled coldly to himself and said, "Don't overestimate yourself. A life-and-death struggle is not something you can do." The other party was only as strong as Qin Shao and the others. He was slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiaoqin only used his 60% comprehended saber intent and immortal state of thunder to firmly suppress the other party. He did not even use his great perfection saber intent or peak state of massacre. "I will make you pay for this." When the black-robed loose cultivator saw that Xiaoqin wanted to kill him, he went all out. All his quintessence surged, and a boundless baleful aura formed a sea of blood around him. Profound ice ghost chop. The black-robed loose cultivator roared ferociously and froze the sea of blood around him into ice. Then, he formed a sword light made of ice and blood and chopped at Xiaoqin. Chapter 705. Xiaoqin froze the blood into ice, infusing all the baleful aura into the sword qi. When he chopped down, the baleful aura in the air turned the poisonous gas into a white mist and scattered. The scarlet sword light in the white mist was bright and dazzling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Indeed, as a loose cultivator, he had his own trump cards. This sword strike was able to raise the might of an earth-ranked martial technique to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This person was rather capable. However, in the end, it was still an earth-ranked martial technique. It was slightly weaker than a genuine heaven-ranked martial technique. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. Bang! An intense explosion resounded, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the mud-filled swamp. Xiaoqin turned into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber, looking like a soaring true dragon. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and a boundless aura burst forth. Xiaoqin could feel the true dragon filling his entire body, so he naturally soared into the sky. Ka Xie. The true dragon roared ferociously, and the scarlet sword light the black-robed loose cultivator condensed shattered, turning into motes of scarlet light. Bang! 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 The scarlet motes of light landed on the swamp and blasted out deep pits. Dirty water and sludge filled the air. Die! Before the momentum of soaring dragon in the sky ended, Xiaoqin chopped down with his saber. It was like a true dragon swinging its claw in rage, unparalleled and unblockable. The protective quintessence of the black-robed loose cultivator shattered, and blood spurted out as he was chopped in half. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. He discovered that only a little more than a third remained. Soaring dragon in the sky is indeed unparalleled, soaring into the sky in one go. However, this quintessence consumption is too high. Furthermore, this is an incomplete soaring dragon. In the future, the consumption will be even more horrifying. After killing the black-robed loose cultivator, Xiaoqian did not show much excitement. He continued to calmly analyze the gains and losses of this move. After seeing ruthless people like Shui Lingling, the passionate young master, and in Xianxia, no matter how proud Xiaoqian was, he would not show it. After retrieving the black-robed loose cultivator's interspatial ring, Xiaoqian continued searching for the earth essence fruit. In the depths of Python Swamp, there were very few earth essence fruits. There were less than 4 times as many as in the outskirts, but without exception, they were all mutant fruits that were over 100 years old. Even those that were 200 or 300 years old were not rare. Found it. There's a strange fruit 5,000 meters ahead with a venomous snake guarding it. I hope our luck isn't too bad. Xiaoqian withdrew his divine sense and quickly walked forward. In less than 10 minutes, he found his target. If the other people who had been searching for him found out about his efficiency, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles appeared in the swamp in front of them, and steam rose up. When the bubbles burst, the poisonous gas in the air was corroded away. Perplexed, Xiaoqian halted his footsteps and stood to the side. He looked at a floating corpse in the swamp and found it somewhat familiar. Could it be him? With a vague answer in his heart, Xiaoqian sent out a palm wind with a flip of his palm. Water splashed everywhere, and the floating corpse flipped over. It was the infamous Huang Qianren. Xiaoqian raised his head and looked into the distance. The true death swamp was in front. There were the souls of the deceased martial emperors in there. The strength of Emperor Wu's soul had already reached an inconceivable level. After their physical bodies died, their souls would be hard to disperse. In that distant martial emperor war, countless martial emperors had fallen. The moment their souls left their bodies, they were shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. After a long time, under the special environment of this place, those soul fragments turned into true departed spirits, retaining a trace of the martial techniques of the martial emperors back then. However, they lost their intelligence and became resentful spirits that only knew how to kill, cruel and violent. And Xianxia had already planned to enter Death Swamp and look for Emperor Wu to temper his martial techniques. However, Huang Qianren chased after him. In the end, he angered Huang Qianren and got killed here. This person's strength is really horrifying. He could even kill a ruthless person like Huang Qianren just like that. When Xiaoqian felt the huge gap between him and Xianxia, the motivation in his heart grew stronger, and he increased his speed significantly. After a while, Xiaoqian arrived at his destination. When he saw the 300-meter-long python waiting there, Xiaoqian did not hesitate to charge over. There were many experts here. Many of them knew heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was no need for Xiaoqian to hide his strength. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Soaring Dragon. Then, he would not have to worry about fighting. After exhausting a third of his quintessence, Xiaoqian paid the price of minor injuries and successfully killed this venomous python. Xiaoqian waved his right hand. Before the quintessence reached his hand, he felt spiritual energy assaulting his nose. Joy appeared on his face as he checked it. Indeed, it was an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, it was close to 200 years old. This would save Xiaoqian half a year. After putting away this earth essence fruit, Xiaoqian extravagantly took out a spirit-gathering pearl and quickly replenished his quintessence. After that, he started searching for treasures without stopping. Time went by. Xiaoqian had already remained in the depths of this python swamp for 7 days. His figure could be seen everywhere. Xiaoqian's harvest was bountiful. He had already obtained 20 100-year-old earth essence fruits, 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Furthermore, the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout this place. At first, when many people saw that he was only a medial-grade martial monarch, they all wanted to seek trouble for him. However, after a few bloody lessons, no one dared to target Xiaochen anymore. When they saw that white figure, they all gave way. Xiaochen had always been like this. In this cruel world, he maintained his principles. He would not snatch the treasures of others. However, if anyone dared to target him, he would not show mercy. He would chase them to the ends of the world and kill them no matter the price. This was how the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread. On this particular day, as usual, Xiaochen continued to search for earth essence fruits. As time went by, the earth essence fruits became increasingly difficult to find. However, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He had already collected enough earth essence fruits. Even if he found more, he could save them for later or sell them for spirit stones. A group of cultivators wearing the Ximen clan's uniform watched Xiaochen from a kilometer in the air behind him. Compared to the previous time, this group had an additional young cultivator with sharp eyebrows. Aside from Ximen Yi, the others maintained a significant distance from this person, acting very reserved. Cousin, Ximen Jian was crippled by someone, Ximen Yi said as he pointed to the distant Xiaochen. This person was the arrogant Ximen Bao. His strength was unfathomable. As a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, it seemed like he could break through to half-sage at any time. A sharp light flickered in Ximen Bao's eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have already perfected my heaven-ranked martial technique to 70% comprehension. Let's go and see if this person is as powerful as you say and if he can block a few moves from me." After killing a venomous python, Xiaochen picked the mutated fruit behind him. After checking it, he discovered it to be a poisonous fruit. So, he tossed it into his universe ring and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strand of killing qi. His spiritual sense quickly followed the killing qi, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was a strand of sharp sword qi. It looked like a crystalline jade as it flew through the air, tearing a clear path through the turbid space. Dang! The sword qi was sharp and swift. Without much time to think, Xiaochen circulated his quintessence and turned around, holding his scabbard horizontally in front of his chest. A melodious clang resounded. The energy contained in the sword qi exploded, forcing Xiaochen back 500 meters. A 50-meter-wide pit appeared where he had been standing. Xiaochen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, turned stiff and numb. When he looked up, he discovered the Ximen clan's people flying down from the sky. When Xiaochen noticed Ximen Bao, who was clearly much stronger than the others, he raised his guard. "You are quite capable, to be able to block my sword qi and not suffer any light injuries." Ximen Bao landed on the swamp and looked at Xiaochen. He smiled coldly and said, "However, you dare to injure my Ximen clan's people with just this bit of ability. You are far from sufficient." Pu Ci. Ximen Bao flicked his wrist and did not say anything else. He swung his sword upwards and sent out a curtain-like sword qi at Xiaochen. The curtain-like sword qi was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was more than 50 meters tall. As it flew, it easily split the swamp in half. It even seemed like it could cut the air apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain arrived before Xiaochen, trying to split him in half. A saber light flickered as Xiaochen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. He did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his great perfection saber intent without holding anything back, and his aura soared. Xiaochen's saber became incredibly sharp, splitting the ground. Quintessence surged and gathered in the slender saber blade. At the same time, the immortal state of thunder condensed in the sky above, forming thunderclouds flickering with boundless electricity. Thunder roared ferociously like immortal divine thunder. Xiaochen grasped his saber with both hands and blocked the sword curtain before it reached him. Bang! The saber and the sword curtain burst forth with resplendent quintessence shock waves. A horrifying energy surged out, and the surface of the swamp was shaved off by 4 or 5 meters. The might of the sword curtain did not diminish. It blocked the saber and forced Xiaochen back step by step. Explosions came from both sides in an unending chain. Mud shot into the air like pillars of water. Shimin Bao was somewhat astonished. This seemingly casual sword strike was not that simple. Not only did Shimin Bao use 70% of his strength, but it also contained his 60% comprehended sword intent. Aside from not adding in the state, this was equivalent to using most of his strength. However, it still did not injure Xiaochen, only forcing him back. Should we attack together? Shimin Yi suggested when he saw that Xiaochen was not defeated immediately. Shimin Bao smiled proudly and said, "There's no need. Just surround him and don't let him run." If I cannot deal with such trash, I would not be called Shimin Bao. Xiao. The sword curtain stopped, and Shimin Bao leaped up, moving like a sharp arrow as he tore through the air. Shimin Bao was extraordinarily fast, arriving before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye. Then, he thrust his sword at Xiaochen's eyes. A sword light gathered, and a cold light appeared. This sword strike took advantage of the fact that Xiaochen could not withdraw quickly to attack Xiaochen's eyes. It was extremely vicious. A scarlet light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes as he infused the state of massacre into his saber technique. Then, he swung both his hands, and a scarlet light filled the sky, shattering the sword curtain. Xiaochen managed to extricate himself and brandished his saber, parrying Shimin Bao's vicious sword strike. Shimin Bao took advantage of the situation and headed straight for Xiaochen's midsection. His reaction was extremely fast, and his attack was so fast that it was hard for others to do anything else. The saber tilted, and Xiaochen could only continue defending. The vast quintessence surging from the sword did not numb his arm. Instead, he retreated another 10 meters. Chapter 706. Shimin Bao followed closely behind Xiaochen. His sword light moved like a shadow, moving up and down. His attacks were fast and ruthless. Dang! 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 The two moved extremely fast. To others, they could only see two figures of light dancing around. The sound of sabers clashing resounded endlessly. Quintessence surged, and shock waves swept out. The surrounding ground exploded inch by inch. Several venomous pythons hidden in the depths of the ground were riddled with holes by the shock waves of quintessence. They bled profusely as they howled in pain. Shimin Bao comprehended the state of wind. His sword was very fast. The moment he executed the first move, he immediately followed up. He had a firm grasp of the rhythm of the battlefield. Speed was not the most important thing. Xiaochen's attack speed was not much slower than Shimin Bao's. The scary thing was that Shimin Bao's quintessence was too strong. With the difference in cultivation, even if Xiaochen had the same attack speed as Shimin Bao, Xiaochen would not have the upper hand. Every time Shimin Bao blocked, his quintessence would knock him back. If not for Shimin Bao's great perfection saber intent, which could amplify the might of his quintessence, the lunar shadow saber in his hand would have been knocked away in less than 10 moves. It's useless. You are not a match for me. Hand over the mutated fruit on you and the saber in your hand, and I can spare you from death. With everything under control, Shimin Bao verbally attacked Xiaochen. This was the rhythm that he liked the most. When Shimin Bao met a strong opponent, he would not feel nothing when the opponent was too weak, nor would he be at a loss when the opponent was too strong. Verbal attacks gave Shimin Bao even greater pleasure. If Xiaochen really agreed, Shimin Bao would immediately break his promise and enjoy the spectacular expression on Xiaochen's face before he died. Xiaochen remained silent, indifferent in his heart. He did not answer the other party. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the golden savage ox sculpture, he had at least 3 ways to escape. The intense battle spread increasingly wider. As the two fought, several venomous pythons went into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, afraid of getting caught in the shockwaves. The cultivators in the area all noticed this battle and stopped to watch from afar. Why is Shimen Bao here? His strength is second only to the 7 giants. The python swamp should not attract him this much. Wait, it looks like his opponent is Ruthless White Robe. They are actually fighting. During this period of time, Xiaochen was well known in the depths of Python Swamp. He had practically become the overlord of this place, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Seeing that Shimen Bao's opponent was Xiaochen, the attractiveness of this battle immediately increased. I really did not expect Ruthless White Robe to be so strong. He did not immediately lose to Shimen Bao. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Young experts second only to the 7 giants were not common in the Tianwu domain. Even including the hidden clans, there would not be more than 20 of them. Moreover, every single one of them had already made a name for themselves a long time ago. Their backgrounds were illustrious, and they would not be unknown. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Xiaochen looked to be only 21 or 22 years old. With such a young age, could it be that he had the strength to fight against Shimen Bao without losing? This was too shocking. They had never heard of such a young expert using the saber in the Tianwu domain. This won't do. The difference in quintessence is too great. If I continue fighting, no matter how strong my physical body is, I will not be able to endure the accumulated damage. Xiaochen wanted to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with this person. The acupoints on his feet burst open at the same time, and a huge force shot out from under his feet. Xiaochen's figure flashed, instantly widening the distance between him and Shimen Bao. 2 dragon roars came from his chest, and 2 blue dragon images appeared beside Xiaochen. The 3 blue dragon images circled around each other, carrying Xiaochen into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen more than 200 meters. This unexpected scene stunned Shimen Bao. Then, he shouted, trying to run. How can it be that easy? If a nameless brat like Xiaochen managed to escape in front of so many people, Shimen Bao would not be able to accept it. The sword light pointed at Xiaochen, and the ferocious wind in the surroundings suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze, and the world seemed to freeze. Sword like strong wind. Under Shimen Bao's control, the frozen strong wind and the drifting wind-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly turned into swords. Out of nowhere, a huge, solid-looking sword instantly formed. Wind blades circled the sword, and a brilliant light flowed around it. Then, it appeared 10 meters in front of Xiaochen. Sword like strong wind, sword like strong wind. The 3 blue dragon images circling around Xiaochen suddenly exploded into beams of azure light and disappeared. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. The fine sword wind tore holes in Xiaochen's clothes and scratched his skin, covering him in wounds. 70% comprehension of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, it is not enough to block me. Xiaochen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He had comprehended 80% of the might of his blue dragon goes to sea, 10% more than his opponent. The sea behind Xiaochen exploded into 999 pillars of water. The blue dragon leaped out of the sea and gathered on the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Under the restriction of the Great Perfection Saber intent, the dragon-shaped saber light quickly shrank. Then, Xiaochen casually raised his hand and clashed with the sword formed by the strong wind. Boom! The 70% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique strong wind-like sword clashed with the 80% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique blue dragon goes to sea. The boundless saber chi and sword chi intertwined and soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, reaching a height of 1 kilometer. A horrifying shock wave swept out, and a huge bottomless hole appeared in the muddy swamp. The remnant might of the great perfection heaven-ranked martial technique lingered in the air for a long time. The humming of the sword and saber resounded endlessly in the wind. Xiao Chen's quintessence was not comparable to his opponent's. However, his understanding of the heaven-ranked martial technique was superior. In this move, they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen flew back like a cannonball. While he was in the air, he took advantage of this opportunity to increase the distance between him and Shimen Bao. "Brat, where are you going?" The two Shimen clan cultivators guarding the periphery leaped into the air and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. They quickly made their moves, trying to force Xiao Chen back. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He had not expected anyone to block his way. He grasped his saber with his right hand and circulated his remaining quintessence, executing Soaring Dragon. Xiao Chen took one step in the air, and his surging energy spread out from his feet. Space trembled intensely like it was a solid object. The two cultivators in front of Xiao Chen felt like their bodies were stuck in the air. Their movements immediately paused. After transforming into a true dragon, Xiao Chen merged with his saber. Seizing this opportunity, he chopped down with his saber light. It was like a true dragon's claw tore through the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Soaring Dragon's aura surged. The two Shimen clan cultivators in front of Xiao Chen were immediately knocked back, vomiting blood and severely injured. After his quintessence was completely exhausted, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and quickly tore off the strip of cloth on his forehead. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then, it carried Xiao Chen into the distance, turning into a beam of scarlet light. The shock waves from the swamp scattered. Shimen Bao looked into the distance and saw a strand of scarlet light growing fainter in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Chen. Shimen Bao lowered his head and looked at the two Shimen clan cultivators vomiting blood. Shimen Bao's expression was frighteningly sullen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to escape unscathed from his hands. How could this be? When the cultivators here saw the distant Xiao Chen, they were all flabbergasted. They had not expected this. Earlier, Xiao Chen had managed to remain undefeated against Shimen Bao. That had already shocked them. Now, he actually managed to retreat so calmly. Shimen Bao's rage soared. He glared at the surrounding people, scaring them into hiding, afraid that Shimen Bao would vent his anger on them. After flying far away, Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense to its limits. After he verified that no one followed him, he heaved a sigh of relief on the throne. Xiao Chen's quintessence was already drained. If not for the Scarlet Throne, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it! If my cultivation were higher, I would not have to fear him. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly as he sat on the throne. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The throne flew close to the ground. After a long time, Xiao Chen stopped at a remote and safe place. Then, he took out spirit-gathering pearls and started to recover his quintessence. After using 5 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiao Chen completely recovered his exhausted quintessence. On the throne above the scarlet clouds, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he vomited out all the bruises from the earlier battle. Now, he felt much better. I have enough earth essence fruits. However, now is not the time to consume them. I should go and meet up with first senior sister and the others first. Xiao Chen needed an absolutely safe and quiet place to use the earth essence fruits to raise his cultivation. This place was Python Swamp. Who knew when a venomous python would emerge from the ground? If Xiao Chen was disturbed while advancing, not only would he waste all the earth essence fruits he had worked so hard to collect, but he might even suffer a backlash. His cultivation might even regress. The risk was too great. Xiao Chen was not willing to take the risk. He returned the scarlet throne to his sea of consciousness. Then, he tied the blue strip of cloth around his forehead again, covering up his demonic aura. Half a day later, Xiaochen appeared at the periphery of Python Swamp. This was the place where he agreed to meet up with First Senior Sister and the others. There was no one here. The others were probably still working hard. After all, not everyone had the help of spiritual sense like Xiaochen. Their efficiency in searching for the earth essence fruits was terrifying. Since there was nothing to do, Xiaochen organized the earth essence fruits he obtained. There were 40 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 2,500-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 close to 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. Naturally, the most valuable one was the 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. If nothing else, the earth essence fruit only had a lifespan of 500 years. A peak-grade earth essence fruit that could live for 300 years was worthy of the word peak-grade. That was what Xiaochen obtained after killing a 300-year-old venomous python with much difficulty. It was even more valuable than all the other earth essence fruits combined. It could save Xiaochen 2 years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen took out Gumu's spatial ring. Ever since he received it from Shui Lingling, he had not taken the time to look at it. Although Gumu was a loose cultivator, the treasures of a half-sage should be a pleasant surprise. Xiaochen sent in his spiritual sense and looked around. However, he could not help feeling disappointed. There were only a few superior-grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. There were only a few 100,000 of them. They were even poorer than Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen found about 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As for medial-grade spirit-gathering pearls, he did not see a single one. This made sense. If a loose cultivator did not come out for 10 or 20 years, all the resources he collected would have been exhausted long ago. Otherwise, he would not have to use medial-grade blood crystals to exchange for spirit stones. Furthermore, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng, who were also half-sages, did not care about medial-grade blood crystals at all. Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiaochen could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiaochen took it out and saw the words, "Withered wood comes to spring," clearly written on the cover. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique, "Withered wood comes to spring." When Withered Wood Old Man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiaochen's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiaochen discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, it would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiaochen stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiaochen stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Qing saw that Xiaochen had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiaochen, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiaochen did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Qing treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 3 100-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old earth essence fruit by luck. 200-year-old earth essence fruit." A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old earth essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time." This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, junior brother Wang. Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Jun Si and Qin Xiao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Qing felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiao Qin about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old earth essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Qin. Then, he asked, Junior brother Xiao, how was your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an earth essence fruit. Xiao Qin felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiao Qin tried to stop Xiao Qin from entering the savage battlefield. Now, Xiao Qin was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiao Qin really did not know what Xiao Qin was thinking. Xiao Qin replied calmly, not many, just 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an earth essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me. Wang Qing waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Then, he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Xiao Qin looked at Wang Qing and said calmly, open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an earth essence fruit? The 200-year-old earth essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Qing showed a horrified expression, not daring to believe this scene. His finger trembled as he said, how can this be? These are 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many? Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out either. 200-year-old earth essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits. This was because that place was too big. An individual's strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for earth essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiao Qin find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Qin had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the 4 of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, these are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Qin, congratulations. Jun Si and Qin Xiao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Qin as well. Only Wang Qing blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Qin obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then, when Wang Qing thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Qing actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Qing. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Qing had shut up completely, Xiao Qin put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Qing, who had a strange expression on his face. Xiao! A petite purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then, she said sullenly, "To the dragon burial mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the true dragon cave there." Xiaochen looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there." Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiaochen really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiaochen silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the python swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiaochen had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiaochen raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme Yin sect's people here. When Bai Wuxia saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then, he noticed Xiaochen behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you?" An extreme Yin sect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxia asked. Bai Wuxia seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the extreme Yin sect's challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked, "He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial-grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow," another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiaochen. With Bai Wuxia and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiaochen withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiaochen remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiaochen did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, what qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our extreme Yin sect senior brothers see how capable you are." Bai Wuxia smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, "Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Haoyan sect can challenge me, Bai Wuxia, in the future." Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect. He was stronger than Qin Xiao and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Qin was merely an inner disciple of the Haoyan sect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Qin fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Qin did not agree, the reputation of the Haoyan sect would be tarnished. I agree. A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered, and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Qin leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wushua's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Qin, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Qin and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. Shen Tu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. Bai Wushua sent a voice projection to Shen Tu, saying sinisterly. Shen Tu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves. As Wang Qing watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Qin sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart. Chapter 708. In the future, as Wang Qing watched Xiao Qin grow stronger, he would feel even more dissatisfied with him. This was especially so after he was humiliated by Xiao Qin earlier, which made his resentment even more intense. It would be best if he died at the other party's hands, ending all troubles, Wang Qing cursed viciously. Shui Lingling asked worriedly, Xiao Qin, have you thought it through? Xiao Qin did not turn his head. He said indifferently, Many thanks for first senior sister's concern. I know my limits. Shen Tu held a long sword in his hand and strode forward. He laughed and said, You do have some courage. However, you are ultimately just a joke. Today, I will let you know that some words that you speak carelessly can lead to death. The others scattered, leaving a spacious area for Xiao Qin and Shen Tu to fight. The vast vital qi in Xiao Qin's body burned, and his blood surged like a gushing river. Xiao Qin's physical body, which was close to a sage body, started circulating quietly. Xiao Qin was like a flood dragon in hibernation, possessing boundless might, waiting for the moment to erupt. Shen Tu looked at his opponent with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended 50% of the heaven-ranked martial technique that he grasped. Furthermore, his cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his opponent's. The extreme Yin sect had abundant resources and many great teachers. Shen Tu had climbed to where he was today step by step. His strength was not exaggerated at all. With such a huge advantage, Shen Tu did not believe that there was a reason for him to lose. I'll play with him first. Then, I'll use my heaven-ranked martial technique on the 10th move and destroy him, crushing all his hopes. Not wanting to defeat Xiao Qin immediately, Shen Tu decided to play with his opponent slowly. Perhaps his first senior brother could give him more benefits. After observing Xiao Qin's aura, Shen Tu could not see anything extraordinary about it. He lost his patience and used his movement technique to charge over. Shen Tu's figure slowly grew larger in Xiao Qin's eyes as he approached. Xiao Qin remained silent, not moving at all. He only continuously burned his vital qi, forming a fiery clump of energy in his dantian. That was the essence of energy formed after burning his vital qi. The clump of energy trembled continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Qin guarded his mind, not letting it struggle free. All he did was burn his vital qi and accumulate power. The blood in his body surged, becoming more and more intense. His qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, and his body was like a high-temperature furnace that could explode at any moment. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, the distance between Shen Tu and Xiao Qin shrank rapidly. The tip of Shintu's sword rose and a gust of wind blew. It gently lifted the hair in front of Xiao Chen's forehead, revealing his delicate and handsome facial features. After Shintu imprinted Xiao Chen's face deeply in his mind, he smiled cruelly. With a turn of his sword, he arrived 20 meters in front of Xiao Chen. "That's enough," Xiao Chen called out softly in his heart. His calm eyes suddenly erupted with a frightening light. The trace of monarch bloodline hidden in his blood was instantly activated. That trace of the ancient sovereign's aura burst forth. It was like a vast mountain or a vast ocean, vast and boundless, heavy and distant. Shintu, who had not felt any pressure all this while, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His expression changed slightly, and his movements immediately slowed. Burning the heavens. Xiao Chen seized this opportunity and shouted. The energy that he had been suppressing for a long time turned into azure smoke at the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky, burning away large patches of white clouds. The ancient sovereign's aura that suddenly appeared lasted less than a second before Shintu broke free. However, this 1 second was enough to change the situation. The azure dragon claw tore through the sky and clenched into a fist. Then, it descended from the sky like a meteor. Shintu turned pale with fright. He quickly held his sword across his chest and circulated his quintessence to defend. However, in his haste, he did not even gather 50% of his quintessence. As for Xiao Chen's 1,800,000 kilograms of force, after accumulating it, he erupted with 120% of its might. When comparing the two, at this moment, Xiao Chen held the absolute advantage in strength. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the sword in Shintu's hand broke with a ka-cie sound. The dragon fist struck his protective quintessence. The force seeped in and broke Shintu's ribs, severely injuring his internal organs. Shintu flew back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The light of his protective quintessence faded. A murderous intent flashed in Shintu's eyes as a blue dragon image shot out from under his feet, carrying Xiao Chen into the air. A vast ocean appeared behind him, and 999 pillars of water shot into the sky. Dragon subduing / blue dragon goes to sea. Xiao Chen did not show any expression on his face. The dragon-shaped saber light covered in auspicious clouds swept out with a surging dragon might. Under the attack of the heaven-burning fist, Shintu's aura plummeted. He was severely injured. He could not block this heaven-ranked martial technique that followed closely behind. All this happened in an instant. There was not even a chance for anyone to save Shintu's day. Bai Wuxiue's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Stop!" Bai Wuxiue's voice was like thunder, inspiring fear in everyone. Clearly, he was already angered to the extreme. However, Xiao Chen ignored him. The blue dragon goes to sea continued to chop down ferociously. Blood spurted out, and Shintu's head separated from his body. The eyes of the head flying in the air widened. Even in death, it did not dare to believe what had happened. The others were all dumbfounded as well. They had not expected such a scene. There were some things that could lead to death if one spoke carelessly. This was what Shintu had said earlier. Now, someone had indeed died. However, the one who died was Shintu himself and not Xiao Chen. The person that Shintu had thought was just a joke had killed him in 2 moves. No matter how you humiliate me, scold me, say 1,000 words or a sharp tongue. With the saber in hand, if I am unhappy, I will just kill you. Why would I bother speaking any nonsense with you? The faces of the extreme Yin sect disciples turned pale. They could not believe that Shintu had been killed just like that. When Bai Wuxiue saw the flying head, he was slightly stunned. Then, rage burned in his chest. He said coldly, "How dare you kill my extreme Yin sect's true inheritors? You must be tired of living. Great icy cold hand. In his rage, Bai Wuxia brought out the strength of a half-sage without holding anything back. A huge palm made of icy quintessence instantly formed in the air and appeared in front of Xiaoqin. This palm carried a force that could shatter mountains and tear the ground apart as it smashed towards Xiaoqin. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiaoqian's face sank, and two beams of light, one purple and one white, flew out of his eyes. They continuously circled around in the air, forming a beautiful Taiji diagram. Yin-Yang, the four divisions, the innate 8 trigrams, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram glowed with a golden light, radiating a boundless radiance. The horrifying icy cold hand smashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. A loud explosion resounded, shaking space and the ground. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Cracks appeared in the golden Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Then, it shattered and turned back into two beams of fiery light that returned to Xiaoqian's eyes. Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he managed to block Bai Wuxia's full power strike without suffering any injuries. Xiao! When Bai Wuxia saw Xiaoqin block his palm strike, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue, he saw an arrow flying over like a meteor. The arrow tore through the air, leaving behind a long, flaming tail. Bai Wuxia felt a dangerous aura, and his figure flashed, dodging this extremely fast arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded in the air, and a fiery shock wave surged out in all directions. The other extreme Yin sect disciples who could not dodge in time were all blasted into the air. Shui Lingling drew back the bowstring. She drew the purple bow until it looked like a full moon as she pointed it at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia, what are you trying to do? Sabers and swords have no eyes. Since this is a competition, death is inevitable. If Xiaoqian loses, Shen Tu will not spare Xiaoqian's life. Bai Wuxia stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked at the bow in Shui Lingling's hand with some fear. Bai Wuxia had lost a true inheritor with a bright future for no reason. When he saw Xiaoqian land on the ground, he hated that he could not kill him on the spot. However, with Shui Lingling here, that was impossible. Bai Wuxia waved his sleeves heavily and gave Xiaoqian a deep look. Then, he led the remaining extreme Yin sect disciples away with large strides. Shui Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Wuxia did not force his way through. Otherwise, both sides would end up injured, and no one would have a good ending. Junior brother Xiao, are you alright? Shui Lingling asked Xiaoqin as she placed the ancient purple bow on her back. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, I'm fine. I am not severely injured. Hu Hai asked out of curiosity, may I ask what martial technique that Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was? How come I have never heard of it before? That Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram perfectly merged the two attributes of Yin and Yang, bringing out its might. It allowed Xiaoqin, a medial-grade martial monarch, to block Bai Wuxia's full-powered strike unscathed. It was hard not to be curious. Xiaoqin nodded and said, yes, I created that myself. When the others heard this, doubt flashed in their eyes. They did not think that Xiaoqin could create such a profound martial technique. They just took it as an excuse. However, cultivators always had their own secrets. Hu Hai was purely curious and did not intend to pursue the matter. Wang Qing looked at the ground, at Shen Tu, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Then, he looked at Xiaoqin again. A hard-to-detect fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoqin had not expected this fellow to be so decisive, killing a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect just like that. I stopped him from coming to the savage battlefield. If he holds a grudge and rises up, I will not have a good time in the future. Wang Qing sized up Xiaoqin and lowered his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes, appearing extremely complicated. Bai Wushua's appearance was only a small interlude to the advancing group. It did not have much of an impact on them. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued heading for the dragon burial mound. They passed through deserts, desolate forests, and all sorts of dangers. The group experienced the vastness of the savage battlefield for themselves. When they heard Shui Lingling say that the place they had been to was just the tip of the iceberg, they felt a headache coming on. However, they also gained a lot. The rare spirit herbs and medicinal fruits that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere here. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might even find a spirit herb worth 1,000,000 spirit stones in a small crack that no one noticed. 3 days later, a desolate plain appeared before the group. 5 peaks stood in the middle of the plain. The peaks formed a ring around an azure palace. Compared to the other 5 peaks, the one in front of the group was clearly taller. It was like someone had chopped it in half. Chapter 709. The azure-colored palace in the middle of the 5 peaks was a kilometer tall. Dust covered the palace. From a distance, it looked ancient and somewhat dilapidated. When looking at the azure-colored palace, Xiaochen felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He found it very familiar, like he had been here 10,000 years ago. This strange feeling made Xiaochen ask hoarsely, "What is that place?" Hu Hai and the others gave Xiaochen strange looks. Then, Shui Lingling said, "Don't you know? That is the Blue Dragon Palace. 10,000 years ago, after the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, their main palace appeared here." Xiaochen said in shock, "The Tianwu domain really has 4 holy lands? Aside from the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the Profound Martial Gate, there is another holy land." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. The Dragon's Gate was once the leader of the Holy Lands. 10,000 years ago, the last master of the Dragon's Gate, the Qing Emperor, was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He was the strongest palace master of the Bushan Palace, ruling over the entire Kunlun realm. If he was that strong, then how did the Dragon's Gate get destroyed?" Xiaochen muttered, his gaze never leaving that palace. Shui Lingling did not know much, either. She answered vaguely, "It has something to do with your Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty. As for the specifics, no one knows. Later generations only know that the Tianwu dynasty and the Blue Dragon Palace were destroyed at almost the same time." Xiaochen felt a yearning for that palace. He asked, "Are we going in?" When the others heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Hu Hai explained, "Who does not want to enter the palace left behind by the sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor? However, no one can enter. The Thunder King, who was known as the strongest offensive power 5,000 years ago, tried to barge in but failed. In the end, he even got injured." Xiaochen was startled. He asked Ao Jiao, "Is what he said true?" Ao Jiao nodded her head and said, "Each of the 5 mountains represents a type of attribute. They form a 5 elements absolute sealing array and lock up the time and space of this world. Back then, the Thunder King chopped off half of the mountain, but he was also attacked by the 5 elements absolute sealing formation for 100 years. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by attacking for 100 years? Ao Jiao had a deep memory of that. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's like compressing 100 years into an instant. It's just one sword, but it's enough to hurt you for 100 years. One sword for 100 years, one sword for 100 years. After Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but sink into deep thought. There was actually such a martial technique. It was truly unimaginable. Let's go. There are no flying demonic beasts here. We can fly there directly." Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder chirped happily. Then, it revealed its true form. The group gently pushed off the ground and landed on the profound sun bird's wide back. The group could see the other cultivators soaring into the air as well, either riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. They all headed in the same direction: savage battlefield, dragon burial mound. There were many spirit beasts in the world with the word dragon in their names. For example, flood dragons, coiling dragons, earth dragons, flood dragons, and fire dragons. There were many kinds of them, and they were all very strong. However, these were not true dragons. Even in the Immortal epic, true dragons were legendary holy beasts. They possessed startling magic energy and vast magic abilities. Several strong immortal cultivators were no match for them. Since the birth of the martial epic, no one had ever seen a true dragon. All they had seen were some remains. Even the dragon might contained in the remains was unbearable for regular martial monarchs. As the name suggested, the dragon burial mound was a place where dragons were buried. Furthermore, they were all true dragons. The dragon burial mound had already existed in the savage battlefield before the Emperor's War. Many people even believed that the dragon burial mound had existed for a long time in the Immortal epic. No one knew for sure when the dragon burial mound had existed. They only knew that a significant number of true dragons were buried here. Every true dragon grave had a huge treasure trove, spirit trees that grew with the true dragon's immortal chi, and rare fruits that grew with the dragon's blood. After 10,000 years of being contaminated by dragon chi, the special ores that appeared were all priceless treasures, tempting treasures. After a new true dragon cave was exposed, the other forbidden lands of the savage battlefield and even the immortal sect remnant became less tempting. Shui Lingling's main goal in coming to the savage battlefield this time was the true dragon cave. Black spots of light appeared in the sky 50 kilometers in front. Xiaochen focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked into the distance. He discovered that it was a black storm sweeping through the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The mountains and trees in the way of the storm were all torn to shreds. Several strong demonic beasts could not resist the storm at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the storm and turned into pools of blood. What is that? The cultivators flying in the air looked into the distance and discovered the strange scene in front as well. However, their mental energy was not as strong as Xiaochen's. They could only see some blurry scenes and felt that something was wrong. However, they could not clearly see what was happening. Due to the distance, Hu Hai could not see clearly. However, the faint smell of blood in the air made him frown. He said, "It seems like it is in the direction of the dragon burial mound. I wonder what it is." Shui Lingling's bright eyes observed for a while. Then, she said calmly, "It is a true dragon storm. It looks like someone opened the door to the true dragon cave. Since there is a true dragon storm, it should not be an empty cave." Boom! 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 The speed of the true dragon storm was unparalleled. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, everyone could clearly see the scene in front. They were immediately shocked. That black storm connected the sky and the ground, stretching for a kilometer. Before it, even the tall mountains seemed as insignificant as ants. The cultivators were even more insignificant. "Run!" The other cultivators were startled. Without saying anything, they fled to the sides. No one dared to face this storm head-on. A storm that could even flatten a mountain peak. How strong exactly was it? No one dared to imagine it. Probably only martial sages could survive if they entered. Shui Lingling gently leaped up and hid under the profound sunbird's wings. She said, "Don't run around. All of you, hide under the profound sunbird's wings. This is an opportunity for us to reach the true dragon cave before others." The storm was just 10 kilometers away. As the strong wind blew, clothes flapped noisily, making them feel like they would fly. The group did not dare to be careless. They leaped under the profound sunbird's wings with some difficulty and grabbed the green feathers on its wings with their right hands. Xiao Chen, Wang Qing, and Jun Si hid behind the left wing. The other 3 hid under the right wing. A strong wind howled, and a huge force blew. The profound sun bird's huge body trembled slightly. The wind was like a knife, making it hard for the group to keep their eyes open. They stuck close to the side of the profound sun bird's wings. No one dared to be careless. If they got pulled out by the wind, they would most likely die. Shui Lingling stared at the storm in front. Just as the storm was about to arrive, she quickly gave the profound sun bird a command. The profound sun bird's wide wings slowly closed. Its entire body was like a sharp sword piercing through the storm. However, just as the profound sun bird's wings were about to close completely, Wang Qing ferociously sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin. When the storm arrived, it was already hard to block in the first place. There was the danger of getting pulled out at any moment. Wang Cheng's palm strike added fuel to the fire, immediately sending Xiaoqin flying. The suction force from the storm didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked out and thrown high into the air along with the strong wind. Everything happened very quickly. The others did not notice it at all. Wang Qing smiled cruelly. Then, he said anxiously, "Junior sister June, junior brother Xiaoqin flew out." June Ci's expression froze. Indeed, she discovered that Xiaoqin had disappeared. She panicked and immediately shouted to inform Shui Lingling. "Don't move. I got it." The profound sun bird's wings were already completely closed. Shui Lingling gave the command before turning into a beam of purple light and flying towards Xiaoqin. The true dragon storm contained dragon force. The force it drew out was terrifyingly strong. Within the storm, Xiaoqin was like a piece of wood. He quickly floated up and down, bobbing up and down like a dead object. The veritable essence energy in Xiaoqin's body and all his abilities were useless before such might. He had no chance to use them at all. The wind was like a knife, covering Xiaoqin's body in cuts and bruises. He tumbled up and down, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiaoqin suffered both physical and mental torture. He felt like he would die at any moment. The wind made Xiaoqin's vision blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a purple figure calling out his name. This figure risked its life in the true dragon storm, advancing ferociously, trying to get closer to Xiaoqin, trying to pull him out of the whirlpool of the storm. He himself seemed to have made some effort to get close to it, but every time at the last moment, it was too late. However, every time the storm surged, it would pull Xiaoqin back. All his efforts would be for naught, unable to succeed. Xiaoqin did not know what happened after that. He simply fainted and lost consciousness. Xiaoqin had a splitting headache, and his mouth was dry. He tried to open his eyes, but it was incredibly difficult. His eyelids felt like heavy mountains, unable to open. When Xiaoqin tried to move his arms, he felt intense pain. His lips twitched. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiaoqin finally opened his eyes. The dark sky appeared in his vision. He had not left the savage battlefield yet. Xiaoqin struggled to get up. Then, he sat up and checked his injuries. Wounds of varying depths covered his body, stained with blood. Every time he moved, he would feel extreme pain. Fortunately, these were just external wounds. The more serious ones were his internal injuries. While Xiaoqin was unconscious, the dragon force contained in the storm surged through his internal organs and meridians. Xiaoqin's heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs all suffered varying degrees of damage. If he were an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been crushed to smithereens long ago. Xiaoqin silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and the circulation of his veritable essence energy did not experience much obstruction. However, his meridians were somewhat injured, so he did not dare to unleash his veritable essence energy without restraint. A faint bloody smell lingered in the air. Xiaoqin turned his head and looked around. The corpses of several demonic beasts littered the surroundings. This should be Ao Jiao's doing, Xiaochen thought to himself. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. He discovered Ao Jiao lying quietly beside the netherworld flower. Her breathing was even as she fell asleep. Chapter 7:10. Xiaochen withdrew his spiritual sense and recovered some of his strength. Then, he stood up and started to size up his surroundings. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw desolate plains with demonic beasts roaming in the distance. The dark space seemed somewhat dangerous. Not far behind him was a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Standing not far away, Xiaochen looked extremely insignificant. Strange, I seem to have been here before. Xiaochen frowned slightly and entered deep thought. Then, his eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that this was the Blue Dragon Palace that he had once seen from afar. However, at that time, he had been very far away. The 5 peaks had looked very close to each other. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the peaks were a kilometer apart. Unexpectedly, I got blown here. Xiaochen took a few steps, and his vision widened. When he saw the Azure Palace surrounded by the 5 peaks, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled Wang Cheng's name, and his expression turned sullen again. The storm containing dragon energy was startlingly mighty. If not for Xiaochen's strong physical body, having refined his blood, skin, and meridians, he would not have been able to survive the storm. The instant he was blown away, his body would have been torn to shreds, not even leaving a corpse behind. Although Xiaochen knew that Wang Qing did not like him and that there was a rift between them, he had never expected Wang Qing to be so despicable as to plot against him while they were in the same team. However, this is fine as well. The strength of the team is not balanced, and there are many restrictions. With the help of the map, it might not be a bad thing for me to enter the savage battlefield alone. Xiaochen thought to himself as he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. There were some detailed 3-dimensional images in the map, allowing Xiaochen to familiarize himself with the various passages of the Forbidden Lands. Several small paths that no one knew of could allow him to reach the Forbidden Lands smoothly. Furthermore, there were red dots on the map for every Forbidden Land. Based on the depth of one's gaze, Xiaochen could determine which Forbidden Lands he could enter and which Forbidden Lands he could not. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Xiaochen turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall scarlet blood demonic ape charging at him. The scarlet blood demonic ape could tell that Xiaochen was severely injured and found it difficult to move. This peak rank 7 demonic beast scarlet blood demonic ape did not hold back as it charged. Xiaochen took a few steps back. Now that his internal organs were damaged, he could not move rashly. Otherwise, he would be even more injured, and it would be even harder to recuperate. However, it was only a pinnacle tier 7 demonic beast, so there was no need for him to make things difficult for it. With a wave of his hand, a sculpture appeared on his palm. Life Bestowal Spell. The mountain-like body of the golden savage bull suddenly appeared. Its golden hooves bent vertically before bouncing off and landing a heavy kick on the scarlet blood demonic ape. Xiaochen's vital qi exploded out with 1,000 tons of force. The kick sent him tumbling back, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at the golden savage ox that suddenly appeared in horror. Up Xiaochen up with qi. He up with up the qi, and up. And up. Shen. I can still use it 5 or 6 more times. However, that should be enough for me to recover completely. After checking the damage to the life bestowal spell, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his internal injuries. Now that Xiaochen's physical body was close to a rank 1 sage body, his recovery and defense were not something a regular martial monarch could compare to. It could be said that even the seven giants' accomplishments in the physical body were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. If they were in Xiao Chen's shoes, they would not be able to recover as fast as Xiao Chen after suffering such severe injuries. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's severe internal injuries were mostly healed, no longer affecting his combat prowess. No one would believe that Xiao Chen had recovered from the true dragon storm in 3 days. However, in reality, if not for the demonic beasts harassing Xiao Chen from time to time, forcing him to use the life bestowal spell to chase them away, the time would have been much shorter. Xiao Chen stretched his body and quintessence flowed freely in his body. When he felt the surging energy, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. A demonic beast flew past Xiao Chen. Originally, it was targeting Xiao Chen. However, the instant Xiao Chen stood up, the aura that he unintentionally released startled the demonic beast, prompting it to flee in a hurry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. How could he let the demonic beast flee? He executed a blue dragon tail whip and chased after it. His figure flashed, and his fists moved like the wind. Bang! 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 The quintessence on Xiao Chen's fists exploded, giving off loud rumbles. In just a few punches, he killed the demonic beast. Finally, Xiao Chen had relied on his own strength to kill a demonic beast. The haze that had clouded his heart for the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chen looked at the empty area between the peaks 2 kilometers in front and entered deep thought. Back then, even the Thunder King could not enter this place. He was blocked outside. However, when Xiao Chen looked at it from the outside, he did not find anything strange about it. Xiao Chen looked deeply at the dusty azure palace surrounded by the peaks. He could feel a mysterious connection between himself and this palace. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground, and a rock appeared in his hand. Then, he took a deep breath and tossed it with all his might. With the support of force, the rock flew through the air. As it got closer to the 2 peaks, Xiao Chen opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Something strange happened. As the rock got closer, the surface of the rock slowly weathered, giving off rustling sounds. Then, it slowly vanished into the air. There was clearly nothing there. However, the rock looked like it had experienced 100 years of natural weathering. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a demonic beast and tossed it over. Xiao! There seemed to be a formless barrier in the empty space between the peaks. The moment the demonic beast touched it, a sharp sword light pierced its chest. The same action repeated itself in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was clearly only an instant. However, Xiao Chen saw the sword light pierce various parts of the demonic beast. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast's body exploded, turning into a clump of scarlet light and disappearing. 1 sword for 100 years. 1 sword for 100 years. Such a strange scene was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The weathering of the rock earlier did not show the horrifying concept of the 5-element absolute sealing formation sealing time and space. However, the way the demonic beast died made Xiao Chen understand how horrifying this formation was. No one could break this sword. Unless one could control time and space, condensing 100 years into an instant, there was no other way. At the very least, Xiao Chen felt that there was no way to break this formation. In the future, when Xiao Chen's cultivation rose and his horizons widened, he might have a different view. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen could only think of so much. He could not see too far ahead. Xiao Chen glanced at the peak that the Thunder King chopped off. He felt rueful. This formation was so horrifying that it could even control time and space. However, the Thunder King still managed to chop off half of the peak with 1 sword strike and escape. It looks like there is no way to enter this place. As Xiao Chen looked at the dust-covered azure palace, he yearned for it. However, he still sighed helplessly. After hearing what Shui Lingling said, Xiao Qin was sure that the Qing emperor was related to the Xiao clan's ancestor. 10,000 years ago, there must have been a huge battle between the Dragon's Gate's Holy Land and the Tianwu dynasty. According to what Shui Lingling said, the Qing emperor was the Bushan Palace's palace master at that time. That was to say, the Tianwu dynasty did not just fight the Dragon's Gate. Instead, it fought the entire Tianwu domain of the Kunlun realm. It was hard to imagine that the Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty had such horrifying strength. Xiao Qin really wanted to see what was in this sealed blue dragon palace. For the powerful sovereign martial emperor, the Qing emperor, to lay a 5-element absolute sealing formation that could control time and space, even someone as strong as the Thunder King could not enter. There was no point in thinking too much. After giving the sealed blue dragon palace one last look, Xiao Qin prepared to leave this place and find an absolutely safe place to consume the earth essence fruit to raise his cultivation. You have been looking at it for so long. Do you really want to go in? Ao Jiao asked slowly from the immortal spirit ring, having woken up at some point. Xiao Qin nodded and did not hide anything. This blue dragon palace gives me a very familiar feeling. It feels like I have seen it many years ago. Ao Jiao said, I have a way to let you in. However, if you enter the 5-element absolute sealing formation, the doors to the blue dragon palace will probably not open. Back then, the Thunder King's full power strike could not even shake it at all. According to him, this blue dragon palace itself is a strong secret treasure. It is no weaker than the immortal equipment of the immortal epic. Xiao Qin did not pay attention to the latter part. He only paid attention to the first part. Feeling joyful, he said, Little Ao Jiao, do you really have a way? Seeing Xiao Qin question her, expressing his clear distrust of her, Ao Jiao grumbled, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, your wings have hardened. There is a chance. Ao Jiao's attitude showed that she was very confident. After interacting with her for so long, Xiao Qin understood her temper very well. He quickly apologized, I was wrong. Little Ao Jiao, tell me how to enter. The 5-element absolute sealing formation was a formation that could even block Emperor Wu. If Xiao Qin, an insignificant medial-grade martial monarch, could enter, it would shake the entire Kunlun realm. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed her true form. Then, she led Xiao Qin forward until they arrived before the half of the mountain. Come, let's fly up. Ao Jiao took the lead and leaped up. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her cold, girlish appearance, made Ao Jiao look as alluring as before. Seeing that Ao Jiao had leaped onto the platform without any danger, Xiao Qin's figure flashed. In a few breaths, he landed beside Ao Jiao. When Xiao Qin stood there and looked to the front, he could see the blue dragon palace even more clearly. The mysterious throbbing in Xiao Qin's heart intensified. He wished he could immediately jump down and push open the azure doors at the bottom of the palace. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go. Suddenly, Ao Jiao spoke up and grabbed Xiao Qin. Only then did Xiao Qin realize that he had unknowingly taken a half-step into the air. This startled Xiao Qin, and he quickly pulled his foot back. He felt a lingering fear. If he had triggered the formation, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xiao Qin said, Many thanks. Ao Jiao said seriously, Pay attention and focus. Although the Thunder King destroyed some of the formations, the lines and the Dao are not damaged. Chapter 7:11. Suppressing the throbbing in the depths of his heart, Xiao Qin said calmly, I understand. You can tell me how to enter now, right? Ao Jiao did not say anything. She closed her clear eyes, revealing only her long eyelashes. Then, she slowly formed hand seals with her hands, and a faint white light spread out from her body. The white light was like starlight, drifting and covering the entire space. As the white light spread out, interweaving lines appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. The lines were black and white, interweaving and flowing. Aside from the Blue Dragon Palace, they cut the space in this place into pieces. Xiao Chen was astonished. He could feel the most primitive truth and reason in the world from these two lines. It was like everything was born from them. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and said, "White represents space, and black represents the world. As long as you do not touch these two lines, you will be able to pass through safely." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that if he could find the pattern in which the two lines combined, he could pass through them without touching them. How incredible! How did you do it? Xiao Chen praised sincerely. To be able to reveal space and time and find the weak points, it was truly incredible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "The Thunder King was only one step away from Sovereign Martial Emperor. Although he could not control space and time, he had touched the threshold. He suffered a great loss in this formation. After that, he spent a lot of time researching this formation. I am just using it. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fail, the sword qi will immediately tear you apart." Xiao Chen took a deep breath and started to observe carefully. The black and white lines crisscrossed before him like they were on a go board. The dull lines became vivid in Xiao Chen's eyes. He also slowly understood the mysteries of space and time, gaining some comprehension in his heart. Xiao! Suddenly, Xiao Chen moved. He did not hesitate to fly forward. Without any hesitation, he flew straight ahead. The lines brushed past him. The white lines represented space and the black lines represented the world. As long as he touched any one of them, he would activate the 5-element absolute sealing formation. Xiao Chen landed firmly and arrived before the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there were no lines around the palace. Who? The white light from Ao Jiao vanished. The visible lines of time and space turned into nothingness once more. Aside from the occasional junk in the air, there was nothing else. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the steps were covered in a thick layer of dust. It had not been cleaned for a long time. This place looked like a desolate temple in the wilderness. Xiao Chen looked at the doors and said, "There is no need to test the doors." Even with the strongest single-target attack of the Thunder King, he could not move them. Of Xiao Chen of the steps, Xiao Chen left footprints on the steps. Cassier. Xiao Chen opened the doors of. The bronze doors were covered in dust. The instant the doors opened, the dust fell like snowflakes, landing on Xiao Chen. Behind him, Ao Jiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Her bright eyes widened as she stammered, You, why did you push it open?" The doors were slightly ajar, not fully open. Xiao Chen peered through the crack and discovered that there were still lights flickering. It was not completely dark inside. As for Ao Jiao's question, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. When he saw these doors, Xiao Chen felt like he had returned to his own home. Xiao Chen very naturally pushed the doors open. He had never thought about not being able to enter. Could it be that he was not allowed to enter his own home? Xiao Chen pushed hard, and the two bronze doors opened. The scenery of the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace appeared before his eyes. There was an oil lamp on each of the 4 walls. It was unknown what the wick was made of. Unexpectedly, after burning for 10,000 years, they still did not extinguish. When the doors opened, wind blew in, causing the flames to flicker continuously. The flickering flames made this ancient palace look even more mysterious. The walls were dark yellow, and there were some murals carved on them. As he was far away, Xiao Chen could not make out what the murals were. On the wall facing him, there was a painting. On the painting, there was a stalwart man in green clothes, but there was nothing else on the painting. The azure-robed man had a saber hanging at his waist, and his right hand was on the saber hilt. However, his appearance was not clear. There was a wooden table below the painting with a brocade box on it. Xiaochen did not know what it contained. Everything in the palace gave off a mysterious aura, deterring anyone from making a rash move. When Xiaochen looked down, he saw an extremely complicated formation carved in golden blood on the floor. A faint emperor's might came from it, making one's breathing hasty. Xiaochen quickly activated that trace of monarch bloodline. Only then did he feel better. As he continued looking, he saw a bright, transparent crystal embedded in the center of the formation. Everything here seemed familiar. The various scenes made Xiaochen feel dazzled. Finally, his gaze fixed on the painting. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take a closer look. Who exactly is the person in the painting? Don't go in yet. Just as Xiaochen raised his foot and was about to enter, Jiao stopped him. Xiaochen became more clear-headed. This was the Blue Dragon Palace that even the Thunder King could block. How could he enter so casually? Jiao pulled Xiaochen back. Then, she closed the two bronze doors with a paw sound again. Feeling strange, Xiaochen asked, "What are you trying to do?" Jiao looked somewhat depressed. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this door can be opened so easily." Back then, the Thunder King's strength character formula did not fail. With one saber strike, he could even kill a rank 10 demonic beast. She pulled Xiaochen back a few steps before leaping up. Her jade-like hands glowed with a bright light, and a strong quintessence gathered in her palm. Then, she pressed her palm against the bronze doors. There was a loud sound, but the bronze doors did not budge at all. The huge force was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Bang! 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 Jiao pressed her palm a few more times. However, the bronze doors did not budge at all. Only then did she withdraw her palm in satisfaction. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Hee hee. That's more like it. Trashy master, go and try again." Xiaochen gaped slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. What if I really cannot open it? So this is why Jiao stopped him. However, Xiaochen believed that this door would still open for him. There would not be any accidents. Stepping forward, Xiaochen gently touched the bronze doors with his palm. There did not seem to be any changes. However, the core formation of the Blue Dragon Palace, which was connected to the underground, gave off a bright light as it quickly confirmed something. Xiaochen gently pushed, and the doors of the Great Hall opened with a creak, easily opening again without any obstruction. After walking in with large strides, Xiaochen turned his head to look at Jiao, who had a strange expression on her face. He smiled and said, "Come in. I'll bring you to the scenery that the Thunder King did not bring you to see back then." Jiao's lips curled up as she muttered, "Who cares?" Even though she said that, she still walked in quickly. Her bright and adorable eyes curiously looked around at everything around her. Clearly, Jiao was very interested in this place. She did not care as much as she said. Xiaochen smiled faintly and walked past the formation drawn in the Golden Emperor's blood. Then, he arrived before the painting and focused on it. The long robes of the azure-robed man depicted 18 circling blue dragons. Each blue dragon looked very lifelike, like they were alive. Xiaochen could even see them swimming on the robes. The blue dragon robes gave off a faint glow. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he seemed to see a boundless mysterious phenomenon spanning 5,000 kilometers in his mind. This blue dragon robes was definitely a supreme secret treasure, surpassing superior grade secret treasures and peak grade secret treasures. As for what grade it was, Xiaochen was not sure. However, what attracted Xiaochen's attention was the posture of the azure-robed man holding the saber. As a bladesman, Xiaoqin immediately noticed that there was something strange about this simple posture of holding the saber. Hence, Xiaoqin quickly simulated the direction of the azure-robed man's saber in his mind. Where would the saber in the scabbard come from? How should Xiaoqin block? Whoosh! Just after Xiaoqin finished calculating, he felt a saber light flying at him. The person in the painting actually came to life. Furthermore, he attacked from an angle that Xiaoqin had not expected. The saber light flashed, and Xiaoqin's eyes widened in shock. Before he could cry out, he felt his head being chopped off and tossed high into the air. Bang! 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 Xiaoqin took 3 steps back, his face filled with horror as he touched his neck. There was no wound or blood. Xiaoqin's head was still there, he was not dead. Xiaoqin looked forward. The person in the painting was as graceful as an immortal, not moving at all. Could I be seeing things? However, that feeling was very real. Xiaoqin could not figure it out. In that instant earlier, he really thought that he had died. That horror was indescribable with words. In the instant before he died, he even thought of many things. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Ao Jiao, who was studying the formations on the ground, looked up and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Xiaoqin answered awkwardly. Naturally, he could not say that he was frightened by a painting. After thinking for a while, he quickly stepped forward and removed the painting without hesitation. Then, he rolled it up and placed it in the universe ring. There was definitely a universe within this painting, containing boundless mysteries. The person in the painting was very powerful and definitely had a great background. "Hey, why are you putting away a painting of a dead person like it is a treasure?" Ao Jiao could not help mocking Xiaoqin when she saw what he was doing. Martial emperors had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Sovereign martial emperors could live for more than 5,000 years. Xiaoqin did not think that this person was definitely dead. He felt a strange sense of closeness to this person. He replied, "Who said that he is dead? Perhaps this senior is undergoing experiential training in the starry heavens or the demonic world. That is the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. If it is not a painting of a dead person, what is it?" This person was the Qing Emperor. Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He was somewhat speechless. He wanted to take out the painting and take a closer look. However, he was afraid of that strange scene. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Hee hee." Although the Qing Emperor was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, sweeping through the Kunlun realm and shaking the 18 demonic worlds with his might, he has been dead for 10,000 years. There is no need for him to scare you to this extent. Come and take a look at this. This is the truly scary thing. Ao Jiao called out to Xiaoqin. Then, they went to the center of the hall, to the side of the formation carved in Golden Emperor's blood. Chapter 7:12. When Xiaoqin walked over to take a look, he felt incredibly shocked as well. The moment he entered, he discovered the extraordinariness of this formation. That golden blood was definitely Emperor Wu's blood. Otherwise, it would not have such might. The physical bodies of emperors already surpassed that of ordinary bodies. Their blood, bones, and every part of their bodies were supreme treasures. This was especially so for their blood, which already contained spiritual origin energy. As long as the emperor's blood did not run dry, they could revive from a single drop of blood, unkillable. Unexpectedly, this formation was drawn entirely with emperor's blood. One could easily imagine how mighty the formation was and how shocking the items it sealed were. Ao Jiao looked for a while before saying, "This is not an ordinary emperor's blood. It is the golden deity blood of the outer realm deity race's Emperor Wu. The spiritual energy it contains is even stronger. With this formation, the might of the seal will double." The Outer Realm deity race was one of the 5 great races of the Kunlun realm. The so-called deity race was only in their original world. No one in the Kunlun realm saw them as gods. This group of Outer Realm deity race came from another world. In that world, they held a high position. They were born to be superior people, possessing boundless magic abilities and boundless strength, possessing supreme strength. Their world suffered a calamity that they could not resolve. For the sake of survival, they migrated their entire race, using formations to traverse the boundless starry heavens, breaking through the barrier of the crystal wall, and arriving in the ancient Kunlun realm. The Outer Realm deity race was very strong, especially in the aspect of mental energy. They far surpassed the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, they ran into the most glorious age of cultivators in the Kunlun realm, an age where emperors were as common as clouds and sages were everywhere. This group of deity race people, who originally held high positions, wanted to reunite the Kunlun realm and restore the deity race to its former glory. However, they were taught a ruthless lesson. Nearly all the peak experts were killed, and their race nearly went extinct. Fortunately, the various races of the Kunlun realm fought each other, giving them a chance to catch their breath and survive. After the Emperor War, the various races of the Kunlun realm suffered significant losses. The deity race, who felt that they were not qualified to participate in the Emperor War, managed to preserve the elites of their race. Things changed with the passage of time. 50,000 years after the Emperor War, many of the races that once bullied the deity race vanished in the boundless river of history. As for the Outer Realm god race, they developed bit by bit, cultivating and recuperating, concealing their strengths and biding their time. Now, they were one of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, they were very strong, showing signs of surpassing the other races. Xiao Chen's understanding of the Outer Realm god race was limited to this. It was all official information. As for some of the deity race's experts, the characteristics of their martial techniques and their structure were not clear at all. Ao Jiao rubbed her head, revealing a reminiscing expression. Let me think, 10,000 years ago, the celestial race was powerful and the human race was weak. The Bushan Palace's spirit veins near Kunlun Mountain are often harassed by the god clan and have suffered heavy losses. The situation only improved after the Qing Emperor took over the Bushan Palace. So it's not strange that he killed a few great emperors of the god clan. The golden formation had a diameter of 100 meters, and the golden blood on it gave off a faint radiance. Even after 10,000 years, the blood had not solidified. In the center of the formation eye, the transparent crystal was perfectly embedded with the ground, without any gaps. Ao Jiao entered deep thought. She could not understand it no matter how she thought about it. She said, however, why did they go through so much trouble to seal a piece of white jade crystal? Furthermore, there is a 5-element absolute sealing formation outside. The doors of the Blue Dragon Palace are another formation. There are formations within formations, and formations within formations. Furthermore, even Emperor Wu did not dare to barge into each of these formations. Xiao Chen looked at the resplendent, transparent white jade crystal in the center of the formation and said, if you want to know, just take it out and take a look. Ao Jiao looked at the golden formation in front and said, you'd best not have such thoughts. Given your physical body that barely counts as a rank 1 sage body, the golden blood will burn you into slag in less than a minute. Xiao Chen laughed disapprovingly. He had just said it casually and did not mean anything else. Just the might contained in the blood required Xiao Chen to circulate his sovereign bloodline at full power to resist. How could he barge into it? Xiao Chen was not as conflicted as Ao Jiao. He did not care what was being sealed. Since it was unrelated to him, there was no need to think too much about it, no matter how strange it was. Xiao Chen thought about the brocade box on the wooden table behind him. He turned around to see if there was anything good in it. Boom! At this moment, the dimly lit hall suddenly became bright, and the temperature continued to rise. Xiao Qin, who had already touched the brocade box, was startled by this scene. He quickly turned his head back to look. He saw every line of the golden formation giving off a faint glow. A boundless might suddenly soared. An irresistible force came over and sent Xiao Qin flying back. Then, he crashed into the wall and vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state. In that instant, the Emperor's might contained in the golden blood was completely activated. Xiao Qin only had a trace of sovereign bloodline. It was not enough to face this. The jade-white crystal in the center of the formation shot out a golden pillar of light. This was the source of the light in the hole. At the same time, unknown to Xiao Qin and Ao Jiao, the ground 10 kilometers away from the Blue Dragon Palace trembled continuously. All sorts of demonic beasts fled in panic. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Palace appeared calm. However, the sealed item was currently resisting intensely. The light slowly scattered. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao saw a flame that looked like a golden spiritual spring swimming around in the transparent jade-white crystal. A wisp of flame that looked like a golden spirit fountain quickly swam one round inside the crystal before sinking into the interior of the crystal. This is the heavenly flame. Xiao Chen was no stranger to this item. There were legends of the heavenly flame in the Sky Dome realm. He had also seen Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame, which was only a tenth of its original size. The flames of the world were split into yin and yang. Only the heavenly flame stood outside yin and yang, transcending the world. It was the king of all flames. Its might was so great that it could even burn down the entire Tianwu continent, destroying a small realm. However, it was clear that Chu Chaoyun had not completely refined and absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame back then. At best, he could bring out 20% of its strength. A strange look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, "I heard that the original Tianwu Emperor split the complete heavenly flame into 10 portions. Unexpectedly, there is a portion sealed here as well. Furthermore, it is in the hands of the Qing Emperor." Xiao Chen's eyes also filled with shock. The Qing Emperor had fought a great war with the Tianwu dynasty. It was understandable that he had snatched away the other party's heavenly flame. However, it was just a tenth of the heavenly flame. Using such a large formation to seal it felt like making a big fuss over a minor issue. When Ao Jiao heard Xiao Chen's doubts, she explained, "It should not be that simple. This strand of heavenly flame contains the origin flame of the heavenly flame. If one cannot obtain the origin flame, even if one gathers 9 portions of the heavenly flame, they will not be able to bring out the might of the complete heavenly flame." Looking at the resplendent, transparent, white jade-like crystal, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He said, "There should be a formation in this white jade-like crystal. Even if someone snatches away the crystal, they will have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the heavenly flame." Ao Jiao clapped her hands and stopped thinking about this. Then, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Qin. She smiled and said, "All right, I figured out the problem. Let's see what is in this brocade box. After coming to the Blue Dragon Palace, if we do not obtain anything, it would be too much of a loss." After Ao Jiao spoke, she rushed ahead of Xiao Qin and opened the brocade box, catching Xiao Qin somewhat unprepared. Gently opening the brocade box, Ao Jiao saw what was inside. She exclaimed in shock, "It is a jade strip." Martial techniques stored in jade strips are normally secret techniques of the Holy Lands that are not taught to outsiders. Xiao Qin received the jade strip and fiddled with it. He discovered that he could not use his spiritual sense to enter it. He looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "How do I use this jade strip?" Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King everywhere. Her horizons were much broader than Xiao Chen's. Naturally, she knew this like the back of her hand. She replied casually, "Drip your blood on it, and you will be able to sense it. However, after dripping your blood, you will have to make a blood oath to not teach this martial technique to outsiders." Xiao Chen did as she said. Soon, some information appeared in his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to sense it carefully. Soon, the light from the jade strip faded and turned into powder. Xiaoqin only opened his eyes after a long time. Ao Jiao asked in anticipation, "How is it? What martial technique is it? Heaven-ranked or a sage-ranked martial technique that surpasses heaven-ranked?" Xiaoqin shook his head, indicating that it was neither. Ao Jiao's mouth gaped slightly as she exclaimed in shock, "Could it be a legendary divine-ranked martial technique or an immortal secret technique?" Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "It is not that exaggerated. It is just a dragon tone art, a sound wave martial technique. It is able to infuse sound waves with dragon might and can be used to attack directly. It can also destroy the opponent's aura and intimidate them." Ao Jiao's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She said joyfully, "It is actually the dragon tone art. It has been lost for 10,000 years already. This is like picking up a treasure." Xiaoqin did not feel that there was anything special about this martial technique. He asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao explained, "This dragon tone art was comprehended by the Qing Emperor himself. Only the true inheritors of the Dragon's Gate are qualified to learn it. It is specifically used to counter the mental energy martial techniques of the deity race. The deity race cultivators use their mental energy martial techniques to move about unhindered. They are rather difficult to deal with. In the future, when you meet a deity race expert, there will be nothing to fear." Xiaoqin thought for a while. In the future, he would not just cultivate in the Tianwu domain. He would definitely go to the outer realm like the disciples of the three holy masters. At that time, this dragon tone art would be of great use. Even if it was not used to deal with the deity race, it would have an unexpected effect on breaking the aura of an expert. The two continued searching, hoping to find more good things. However, they found nothing. Xiaoqin glanced at the entrance to the second floor and hesitated for a while. Then, he said, "Come, let's go to the second floor." Dong! Just as the two were about to enter the second floor, a black energy seal fell down and completely blocked the entrance. This startled Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao. They stood at the entrance and turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered a black-robed wandering spirit on the first floor at some point in time. The black-robed wandering spirit slowly lowered his right hand that was pointing at the two. Clearly, he was the one who had obtained the seal earlier. The black-robed wandering spirit was an old man. His body was a shadow of light, giving off an ethereal feeling. Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao were both startled at the same time. Earlier, the two had searched the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace but had not found anything suspicious. Ao Jiao looked at the old man and immediately thought of something. She pointed at him and said, "You are the item spirit. You are the item spirit of this Blue Dragon Palace." Chapter 713. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed spirit's aged face. He said, "You guessed right. However, this is not a place you can enter." After saying that, the black-robed spirit stretched out his finger, and a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. Before Ao Jiao could react, her body turned into light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Xiaoqian's expression changed. He quickly summoned the lunar shadow saber and stared coldly at the black-robed spirit. "There is no need to be nervous. I just let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up, she might even thank me properly." The black-robed spirit smiled amicably as he asked Xiaoqin calmly. Xiaoqin sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. Indeed, it was as the other party said. Ao Jiao lay peacefully beside the netherworld flower, asleep. "I have already waited for you for 10,000 years." The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit looked at Xiaoqin with excitement in his eyes. Xiaoqian's heart did not fluctuate much. When he first saw the Blue Dragon Palace, he already had such a feeling. Long ago, when Xiao Xiong discovered that Xiao Qin possessed the blue dragon martial spirit and chased him out of the clan, Xiao Qin had already guessed that Xiao Qian's origins were extraordinary. However, was this black-robed spirit trustworthy? Xiao Qin gently leaped out of the corridor and looked at the other party. He asked calmly, "Who are you? Why have you waited for me for 10,000 years?" The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had an unfathomable expression in his deep eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Who am I? Why don't you ask who you are?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he stared at the black-robed spirit, trying to find some clues in the other party's eyes. Who was he? He was the Xiao clan's Xiao Qin. He was the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. However, this was what others thought of him. Only Xiao Qin knew that he was not. He came from another world. Although he was also called Xiao Qin, he was not the true Xiao Qin. However, the old man's eyes were deep and boundless, and no clues could be seen. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking, and there was no way to find out what he was thinking. When the black-clothed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he smiled in a friendly manner and said, "There is no need to be so wary. I will not harm you. In fact, if you did not go to the second level, I would not even appear in front of you. I can't go up." The artifact spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace smiled helplessly and said, "Of course. The entire Blue Dragon Palace is yours. I won't stop you if you pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. But you're too weak. The second floor's test will take your life on the spot. I can't even figure out how you managed to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling array outside." Xiao Qin pondered for a moment and told him how he used the trick to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation. "So, that's how it is." That youth from 5,000 years ago was indeed startling. To think that he could think of such a method to break the formation. It looks like I have to make up for this weakness in the future. The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of understanding. Then, he turned to Xiao Qin and asked, "How is that youth now? He should be the strongest sovereign martial emperor of this era. The title of Thunder King will probably belong to him." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "No, he died many years ago." The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of shock. He said, "How can that be? He has great luck." Emperor Wu, who was already a minor heavenly martial emperor 5,000 years ago, has already risen to prominence. How could he fall for no reason? The sovereign martial emperors of the Tianwu domain would not allow him to die. This person could have grown to the level of the Qing emperor. When the black-clothed old man heard this news, some panic appeared on his old face. He muttered non-stop, not daring to believe it. An absolute genius like the Thunder King, who survived many tribulations to become Emperor Wu, already possesses supreme luck. Even the martial emperors of the other races would not dare to make a move on him. Could it be that they did it? That must be the case. One Qing emperor is already troublesome enough for them. They will not allow another to appear. The black-clothed old man muttered to himself. Xiao Qin was confused. He could not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the death of the Thunder King affected this person so much. After a long time, the black-clothed old man calmed down. He looked at Xiao Qin and seemed to have made up his mind about something. He said, "Your martial spirit is already scattered. Originally, I was planning to let you reunite it in the future. It looks like I do not have that much time." The old man walked around Xiao Qin and arrived behind him. He said, "Turn around. Let me ask you, have you practiced the dragon subduing slash to the second slash? In the end, you have not been able to improve, unable to find the feeling of truly drawing your saber?" Xiao Qin asked in shock, "How did you know?" The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, "My martial spirit is already scattered. How can I learn the essence of soaring dragon? Quickly become Emperor Wu and pass the 5-element absolute sealing formation. At that time, this old man will serve you. Ding! He pointed a finger at Xiao Chen's forehead. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body floated up uncontrollably. Azure light radiated from his body, and a berserk energy surged out. All 360 acupoints in Xiao Chen's body exploded. Dragon chi flowed through his body, scattering everywhere. The berserk energy battered every inch of Xiao Chen's skin and internal organs. It was extremely painful. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, and his expression twisted. He was in extreme pain. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his acupoints was completely drawn out. The blue dragon tattoo on his left and right arms slowly dimmed. Under the control of the black-clothed old man's item spirit, more than 300 strands of dragon chi flowed into Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom! When all the strands of dragon chi clashed together, they formed and produced an intense explosion in Xiao Chen's body. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. When the light scattered, Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into his dantian. He discovered that the blue dragon martial spirit, which Song Ke had scattered, had actually reformed in his dantian. Golden patterns appeared on the surface of the originally ordinary dantian, making it look even more solid, dense, and mysterious. The veritable essence energy liquid around the dantian formed 100 white clouds floating around the dantian. After the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit finished doing all this, his body became even fainter. He placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead and pushed. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. Then, he landed on the mountain that the Thunder Emperor chopped off with a loud bang. Paw! The 2 bronze doors closed, and the black-clothed old man's voice came from inside. 10,000 years is not long, but it is not short either. Advance to Martial Emperor quickly, for the Dragon's Gate and for yourself. As Xiao Chen looked at the tightly shut bronze doors, his mind filled with doubts. He could not connect all these things together. Why was the heavenly flame's origin flame sealed in the palace? Why did the Thunder King's death make the old man so anxious? Why did he say that he had waited 10,000 years for me? The extraordinary secret treasure, the Blue Dragon Palace, the fallen Holy Land, the Dragon's Gate, and the unrivaled Qing Emperor. What did all this have to do with him? Everything was a mess. He could not make sense of it or make sense of it. Never mind. I'll just treat it as if I never came here. It will just add to my worries. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed. If possible, he just wanted to be a pure bladesman, pursuing the great Tao of cultivation and standing at the peak of the world. However, all the clues and everything pointed to the fact that he did not come to this world by chance. His fate might have been decided from the start. No matter what, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Whether it was simply wanting to survive or to unravel all the mysteries, strength was always the most important. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and stopped looking at the dust-covered Blue Dragon Palace. He condensed his martial spirit again, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm vanished. The most important thing now was to see what kind of changes this would bring to his strength. Song Ke had once shattered Xiao Chen's martial spirit, severely injuring him and leaving him on the verge of death. He had been in a sorry state in the underground river, narrowly escaping death. This was something that Xiao Chen would never forget. Since then, Xiao Chen had always thought that his martial spirit would never recover. Unexpectedly, it reunited today. This made Xiao Chen, who had not had a martial spirit for a long time, suddenly feel somewhat unaccustomed. So he circulated his quintessence slightly. Half of the white cloud outside his dantian immediately vanished, turning into surging quintessence that surged through his meridians like a gushing sea, unobstructed. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a strand of dense purple saber chi whistled through the air. After a long time, it vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Hey, it seems like I can use my quintessence more smoothly than before. Xiaochen said, feeling somewhat surprised. Then, he tested it a few more times and discovered that it was indeed so. The speed at which his quintessence flowed was even faster, about 20% faster. With a thought, his quintessence gathered at his fingertip and shot out. Xiaochen closed his eyes and checked his cultivation. He was overjoyed. It seemed like all the dragon qi in his body flowed back and turned into his cultivation. Now, Xiaochen was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. He had already reached late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, not far from the peak. Xiaochen brandished his fist and circulated pure vital qi. He punched the air, and his surging vital qi exploded in his fist. A deafening clap of thunder seemed to ring out from the flat ground. The wind howled and ripples appeared in the air, extending for 3,000 meters. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, in the past, after I opened my dragon acupoints, my vital qi would increase by 30%. Now that the martial spirit in my acupoints is no longer there, I no longer have such explosive power. However, my strength has increased from 1,800,000 kilograms to 1 million kilograms. Now that I no longer have the 30% explosive power, my ordinary strength has increased by 20%. Overall, I have gained a little. The only thing that disappointed Xiaochen was that the dragon acupoints in his feet were no longer there. He would not be able to continue using the technique of quickly changing his position within a short distance. The dragon acupoints in the soles of his feet had helped Xiaochen many times in his battles. They could be used to attack or retreat, they were very practical. Let's not talk about this for now. I should raise my cultivation first. After I refine my cultivation twice and advance to late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, I should be able to defeat an opponent like Shimenbao easily. With a flip of his hand, 50-year-old earth essence fruits appeared in his palm. Then, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and ate 3 in one go. 50-year-old earth essence fruits would only tickle Xiaochen. Only by consuming a few at the same time could he achieve